Can you say honesty? Honesty. 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 Can you say honesty? Can you say honesty? Honesty. 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 Can you say honesty? Can you say honesty? Honesty. Can you say honesty? Honesty. Can you say honesty? Honesty. Can you say honesty? Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty.
Blessings, 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 everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, my people? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Talk to me. Can I hear me? Anybody out there? Anybody out there? Ah, so Carol, Sonia. All right, good, good, good. Ah, Janet, Maylene, yeah. Kevin, where there? Kevin soon come on team. Yeah, all right, Tamara. See you now. I like cats. Yes, 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 indeed. Missy, still so. Andrea, Paulette, Carol, yes, yes. All right. When I say me have a new mic now, you know. So I'm not supposed to have no. Just so you know, it's about 3 mics I go through, you know. 3. And this one I think is the real one. So we're going to see what happens. Anyway, welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. With yours truly, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. Another great week, another great afternoon, another great program in store for you. Now, I was planning to do the promised segments. People ask for Kevin there. See now? I was planning to do the promised segments on Minister Clark and also the government's intentional failure to secure our ports and airports. However, unfortunately, I won't be able to do them today because of the IC's report concerning the Prime Minister's statutory declaration. And this is significant, people. Now, many of you have been fed lies, rumors, and misrepresentations, and this has resulted in mass confusion about the issue. Well, today we are going to closely examine the report and highlight truth and dispel falsity. For this exercise, family, people, brothers and sisters, you are going to need your pen and paper. We're going to have a musical interlude, so it'll give you some time to go get. But believe me, you are going to need because you, in order to follow, I get a feedback. Yeah, in order to
Not from me. My mic muted.
All right, let me turn this down a bit. In order to follow and understand the web that was woven, you are going to need your pen and paper. And my hope is that when we're done, and I'm not sure we're going to be finished today, but we're going to try. Because, you know, Kevin things start at 8 o'clock, right? So, but when we're done, you will be eminently qualified to explain to those who are in need of explanation, the ones who are misguided, the ones who are ignorant, and also the ones who are arrogant. The objective is for each one to teach one. And by doing that, we will educate our way out of the mess we're in. Now, I've spent the better part of 5 days reading and digesting the document. And truth be told, I've read it about 3 times. My approach to the document is quite different than most. See, I look at it from the perspective of a concerned Jamaican living in the diaspora. I look at it from the perspective of a lawyer. I look at it from the perspective of an experienced investigator. And so I will point out where the commission went wrong and offer some suggestions. But most of the time will be spent examining the Prime Minister's behavior, his answers, his refusal to cooperate with the Commission, his possible motives, and finally, I will explore the consequences that could be brought to bear against him in and outside Jamaica. Now, the IC's report has been tabled, and therefore Section 53, subsection 3, known as the gag order, is of no moment. So the IC, anybody can talk about this matter. And to this end, I have invited the IC members to this program. I'm still waiting for a response. I am also inviting politicians of every stripe to join us in a comprehensive discussion of this and other matters so that we can educate our people. This meaning the discussion I'm calling for, can only inure to our collective benefit, because an educated nation is a prosperous nation. Speaking of the IC, the Integrity Commission, I also wrote to them this week regarding my favorite minister. Now, several months ago, I filed a complaint against her with them and offered to provide a statement and documentation regarding the matter. Now, given the passage of time, I wrote to them, as I said, this week, seeking a status report. I hope to hear from them soon, and I will keep you posted. I have a message for Minister Nigel Clark. Now, Minister Nigel Clark, I would like to extend congratulations on your ascendancy to the IMF. In advance, I would also like to extend a warm welcome to your arrival in DC. As you may be aware, Minister, I lived in DC. I attended school in DC. I worked in DC for many, many years. Now, I know that you've been here many times, but I would hazard a bet that I know the place far better than you. Why do I say this? I say this because some of the walls in DC are thin, if you know what I mean. And I know a few places where we could meet and have a frank discussion about the issues plaguing Jamaica without any concern for privacy. Trust me, no one would ever know that we met. I look forward to you taking me up on the offer. I look forward to your arrival. Now, tonight's edition of Relax with the Rebel on Reggae Global Radio will feature American dance music, not Jamaican dance music, American dance music from the 70s and 80s. And then I say, Kevin, me see that look for me, I laugh because I think about Lonesome and I say, well, I practice. I'm lucky when I put this in the genre that we have to play, So, because we're playing dance music from the 70s and 80s, all of you Jamaicans, I'm asking you to go dig up on the barefoot pants, find an Afro wig, find on a polyester shirt and pants, and on a big heel boot. Because you're going to have fun. Till it can't done. Don't forget, tune in to Reggae Global Radio at midnight and spend some time with the Rebel. I believe some of you are having, maybe you still are having issues logging on to Reggae Global Radio for the midnight program. Not to worry, Kevin Deya for help. So Kevin, if you don't mind, can you just tell people how to log on? Because I've been getting quite a few calls and text messages from people who said that they're just having a difficult time logging on to the website.
All right. Greetings and salutations, everybody. First of all, let me ask this. Those of you who have been having difficulty getting on, uh, what exactly or how exactly were you trying to do so. So my number scrolling across the bottom of your screen right so reach out to me. 773-789 stew. 773-789-7839. I'll leave it scrolling for a little while. Reach out to me. You shouldn't have an issue. There was an update to the website, and it requested or required that people register. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. That should have been taken care of. As far as I know, it was. So don't worry about that. Just go to reggaeglobalradio.com. In fact, you can do it right now, and you will see this broadcast. You'll hear this broadcast, and you'll see the chat room that is there. So if you're having any trouble communicating in the chat room, just drop me a line, let me know, and we'll sort you out. Don't worry about it. But 8 o'clock tonight, I am on. Right now, we're on. At midnight, Rebel is on. So you shouldn't have a problem. You can also download the app, reggaeglobalradio.com. And yeah, see, OT put it there. Much respect, OT. You can download the app. So you can watch the broadcast because you can watch on the Global Base TV. That's the link to the TV side. And you can listen to the radio side, listen to the live broadcast on the radio side. So anybody that have a video broadcast is broadcast live on both platforms, the radio side and the TV side. So you shouldn't have any issues at all. All right. If you do, so my number there scrolling across the bottom of your screen. Link me.
All right. Somebody just put in the chat that IMF headquarters is in New York. No. IMF headquarters is at 720 19th Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. Not too far from where I used to work. So, but anyway, Minister Clark knows this already because he's been there several times. I think you're probably thinking about the UN. Yeah, that's located at 42nd Street and First Avenue in Manhattan. All right. Cora, I know you're watching and you're listening. Big up. At the same time, Cora, big up the Orioles. Right? I forget we're down the other day. What? Wait. Oh, see that? I forget we're down the other day. I will make it to the playoffs. So all of next week, I'll be watching the wild card, the playoffs. So and since we're not playing the Yankees, you can cheer for me. Right, Cora? You and your family cheer for the Orioles. When we meet the Yankees, I know it's going to be a different story, but until then. No, prayers for Mama Eileen. Yes, indeed. Papa Trevor, Ma P, welcome back. Glad you had a good vacation. Ma Jean, big up yourself. Uncle Moulton, promise you I'll call you tomorrow, sir. All right. Mildred, Desmond, Jonah Marie, prayers up. Get well soon. Paul, Sassy, Mrs. Nelson, Bob De Souza, Barry, Bonnie Jump, Mr. Bax. I hope you're doing well. I hope the hurricane didn't cause any problems for you. And of course, last but not least, my personal brethren, Fittis, the hardest dread. Get well soon, brethren. Big up our ambassadors and supporters. Big up to all of you tuning in from Germany, France, the UK, South Africa, Namibia, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the US, Canada, Jamaica, Barbados, and the rest of the Caribbean. Big up on yourself. Big up to our hardworking producer, Joan, a righteous person who is forever faithful to the cause. And big up Brother Fish Place from Waymouth Drive. If you're in Jamaica and you need a good fish dinner or a good fish lunch, you need to go to Waymouth Drive, a place over there named Brother Fish Place. I've been there a couple of times. In fact, I spoke to the owner this morning. Very, very nice place. So check it out. Now, for today's presentations, the disclaimer. The opinions you hear today will be that of the individual presenters only and is neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. Now, today we will engage with an activist by the name of Haile Mika'el Cujo. I met this gentleman in DC at the protest. Very, very interesting. A lot to say about the Constitution. In fact, we're going to discuss a replacement constitution, one drafted by Jamaicans for Jamaica and Jamaicans. And in that discussion, we'll also delve into the issue of the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs waste of precious financial resources and its futile attempt to amend the 1962 Constitution. So Haile Mika'el Cujo is coming up. We will also hear from our brother in South Africa, the activist, strategy and security advisor, former Interpol ambassador for the Turn Back Crime Program in South Africa, and a recent appointee to the Guateng Ethics Advisory Council, which is the functional equivalent of the Jamaican Integrity Commission. This brother is known to us as Andy Mashaile, or just plain old Andy. We will talk to him about anti-corruption efforts in South Africa and explore the applicability of those strategies in Jamaica. Special thanks in advance for Andy being here. You know why? Andy got married today. And then left him bride for come on the program.
Wait, hold on. Hold the most dangerous part of the cow.
I cannot look.
The man got married today. So here on his wedding day, when the man is supposed to be enjoying his bride for the first time, and now is night in South Africa.
Yes, no, it's not.
And he is going to be on this broadcast.
As of now, he's going to be on the broadcast.
What does his wife owe you? Because nothing can go in real life.
Oh, look, I'm not married to a Jamaican.
No, sir.
Oh, listen, I asked him because Andy and I will go a long ways back, right? And we're like brothers. And he told me, so I just threw it out to him. And I said, Andy, listen, we're having this program. We're going to be talking about corruption in Jamaica. And since you just, somebody said, Ratty said, Ratty, I'm first love. That's his wife. So, what could go so? So it go for Ratty. So Andy, so I threw it out to him. And he said, no, he said, because you see in South Africa, well, when he comes on, Missy, I mean, that's not nice. When he comes on, he'll explain to you because, Andy is in South Africa, they have four official races. They're Indian, colored, black, and white. Now, for the black, they're talking about go ahead.
Me, sir. What's the difference between colored and black?
Black is when you don't have tainted blood, so you can trace your roots. You belong to a tribe, whether it's a Zulu, a Xhosa, or whatever. Colored is where you have, a mixture of the races. Then that person. So if you have an Indian with a black person, the offspring is considered colored. If you have a white with an Indian, colored. Black, like for example, you and I, we considered black because we can trace our roots to a tribe. It's when you say black, it's tribal. So it's like you belong to a tribe. So,
okay.
So that's where we are. So for the blacks, their wedding is a bit different. They have like the traditional wedding, and then they have, a wedding celebration thereafter. One of these days, I'll tell you about, the whole situation about getting married in South Africa, because I actually represented a gentleman. Because when you're getting married in South Africa, you have to have a representative to go to the lady's family. You can't go. In a tribal setting, you can't go. Somebody has to go for you. So whether it's your uncle, and I don't think your father can even go for you. I don't think your father can. Maybe not. But I represented somebody, and it was an experience. It really was an experience, you know. But I'll tell you guys about it one of these days. So I threw it out, and Andy said, "Look, I in fact, I can read your message. He just sent to me. This is so funny." Andy. Okay, here it is. He said, "Just arrived from my ceremony and preparing for the show."
Which one of the ceremonies was this? And JM Reggae Music wants to know what she would be considered.
JM?
Yes.
I have to see a picture, JM.
JM Reggae Music is someone you know.
Oh,
from here in South Florida with the initials JM.
I tried. No, you have my mind or race. No.
Bridget.
Oh, JM. Okay. JM would be considered colored.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's weird because what happened is that I've seen people in South Africa, I mean, white, no doubt when you look white, but classified colored because they had they had a touch. They have a touch, right? Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. So yeah, and you know the we here in America, and I think in the Western world, we look at color as a derogatory term, but in South Africa, it's not a derogatory term. It's a classification. It's like, okay, so you're colored, and everybody accepts it. And so I have to tell my South African friend, tell everybody that, listen, you know, when you come to America, please don't use that word, you know, because it's derogatory.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where we are. Now, this week, yes, Russell. Hey, there he is, Russell, my bro. See, is a culture in South Africa. Russell is a brother of mine, brother from another mother, and Russell is my complexion, and Russell is considered colored in South Africa. So, but Russell, glad you could hop on, man. See, so Russell Trower from South Africa. Anyway, this week, folks, we are going to feature Black Violin. It's a unique band from Kevin's part of the world, from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And I mean, they're gonna change your stereotypical perception of what musicians should look like and the music they should play. In advance, I want to thank their manager, Wilkins. Give us permission to play their videos. Now, I've been to one of their concerts, and I'm telling you, it's unlike any concert I've ever been to, because the kind of music you're gonna expect, it's not what you expect, and people are dancing all over the place. It's like a party. And in fact, they encourage you to get up out of your seats and dance. I mean, it's amazing, and these guys are super talented. Kevin and Will, that's their first.
Go figure.
Yeah, you're Will. And finally, arranged turn Raleigh and Pee Wee from the Dread Dread band. As you know, the part of the program was was erased, and the part that was erased contains the interview and the video of Dread Dread Raleigh. We're gonna go back and we're gonna redo that. So Raleigh, stay so, my brother. I'm gonna forget you. Pee Wee, big up yourself, folks. Without further ado, let me just show you, because we're going to feature Black Violin, but let me just give you a little taste of these two super duper talented young men. Here we go.
It's been so long since we played anything together. We're just gonna make up something, create a vibe. Sit back, relax.
Thank you. Once again, we are Black Violin. We just freestyling, baby. Y'all already know what it is.
Yeah, my people. Kevin
Yeah,
Wales. Yeah, like I was telling you, I saw them in concert and it was just mind blowing what these guys can do with the violin. And then they incorporate hip hop, reggae, jazz, dance, everything into their playing. I looked at their schedule. I mean, these guys are busy. They do about almost 200 shows a year. I looked at their schedule and they're booked out through I think next year. I don't know, next year June, July, somewhere over there, out there. But they're not. If you're from the Northeast, they don't have any dates in the Northeast. They're gonna be early on the West Coast, and I, the mid next year, I think they're gonna be in the South. But they do a lot of concerts in Florida, a lot of concerts, and I mean these guys give back to the community because they do a lot of workshops for kids who otherwise wouldn't be exposed to this kind of music, and they also provide scholarships for students who show an aptitude to the violin. Big up to Big Will and big up to Mr. Wilkins for giving us permission to play their music. Yes, Raw McLean, they have CDs. Yes, just look up Black Violin. All right. Let me see what else we want to talk about now, Kevin. Family, we have almost completed the process of receiving donations through our email. I was hoping to have Prezi here to provide a status report, but he was committed to a significant event and is unlikely to be with us today. He's going to try.
His wedding. It's not his wedding.
No, and it's not Andy's wedding. So don't forget our fundraiser next week, Sunday, October the 6th, from 6 to 10. Next week, Sunday, October the 6th, from 6 to 10. Now, preparation for this epic musical battle between Kevin, where you there, Stu, and the renegade who not afraid, Wayne Lonesome, has begun. Preparations have begun. And scheduled to appear. As the event will be broadcasted on Reggae Global Radio from 6 to 10. Reggae Global Radio from 6 to 10. Not this show, Reggae Global Radio from 6 to 10. And that's why it's important for you guys to reach out to Kevin to find out how to log on. No, not when, we start, then you call him because he won't be able to address you because he'll be busy tear up loans, busy tear up Lonesome. So we don't want him to be disturbed. We want him to have a singular focus on the music Sunday night. All right.
That's right.
You hear that, Lonesome? You hear that? Do it again, Kevin. One more time.
Kevin, Stu.
That's right. So scheduled to appear are our celebrities. The musical messiah, Glamour Wayne, Isaac Buchanan, Prezi, Jeffrey Tavares, and Fabian, also known as Jamaica Walk By. A quick word to the renegade. I know where you have, a where you play. Remember that. I know where you have, a where you play. No, there will be no program next week as I have to attend a wedding next week. A dear friend of mine getting married, and so I will be in attendance. So we will be back on October 12th. So please, please, please share this information with your friends, your family, your neighbors, the supporters of the program. Just let them know that next week, Saturday, we will not be on. But Sunday, I will be present for that epic battle. All right. So, hey, we talk about Black Violin already. So I don't know if Haile Mika'el Cujo, if he's ready. I see it says device not connected. Vivian, you can't hear me? Hold on. Can't hear me now? Vivian. Vivian, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Because I'm
It,
looking at the screen over here, and it shows that the signal is pretty strong. Oh, you can hear me now. All right, good, good, good. Yeah, hey people, like up the show while you're listening. Jeffrey Tavares, Mr. Vumvava Vumvavi. Big up yourself, Jeffrey. Um, oh, we just saw Mika'el, and he stepped away. Sakojo, Sakojo, we can't see you. We see your thing up, but we can't see you. Hey, you know what? While we're waiting on Haile Mika'el Kojo to come on, how about a short black violin? Short black violin. Here we go.
yeah, man. You see, that's what you call talent. Boy, kind of have to work out my wrist to make sure that I can play them drums tomorrow morning. Some people were asking what happened to my wrist. I was playing ball yesterday, and I don't know. Something happened. That's all I know. Something happened. I was playing football, real football, what Americans call soccer. And it, last night I just felt my wrist hurting me, and then all of a sudden there's nothing I could do with my hand, so I kind of had to secure it. Woke up this morning, it felt a little bit better, had a little bit more motion. So next week tomorrow morning I should be good to jump on them drums and sound like this guy. Hopefully. But looking forward to next Sunday though. Rebel, next Sunday is gonna be taking a kind of a particular format. So there's some segments to the thing.
Yeah, some Lonesome start worry because we mentioned that we're dropping a little gospel, and Jeffrey I can play the gospel, and him start sometimes some classical music as well, and that him worried because him don't know where I come with. So we're going to finalize it this week with the segments, but for sure, as of right now, we know we'll have slow music, we'll have cultural reggae, we'll have dancehall reggae, and I think there's another one mentioned. There's another one, but those three for sure, and then we can add. Those were the three, and then we're thinking about adding gospel as well and something else. But we'll see. But I can tell you that he's very worried, and he should be. He should be very worried. Those of you who watched the program last week with Lonesome on his program, you saw what I did. I played only 2 songs, and the 2 songs I played mash up him head. Him couldn't recover. I played one Dennis Brown and one Delroy Wilson. And so I said, if I can do this to you, can you imagine what's going to happen when Kevin take over the reins? So that's where we are. We're still waiting for Cujo to join us. He said that he was having some issues with his browser. Why isn't my browser to allow StreamYard to access I can camp? Kevin, he's asking me this question. I'll send it to you.
He's probably trying to use his phone, and he may have a block on Chrome on his phone.
Okay.
So you can use a tablet or you can use a laptop. He's good to go.
Hey, see, Jack one say he was stunned last week when we looking with them 2 tuned in, Kevin. He was stunned. Jack one, thank you so much. And then Sam now said why we're making changes 2 weeks before the contest. Sam, we're not making any changes. These are changes we agreed to. We agreed to. So
all right. Let me let the people in on some little background information.
Okay.
Lonesome, Rebel, myself, Glamour G, Glamour Wayne. We talk from time to time. So there's nothing that we're saying to you that nobody else doesn't know. Right. So don't think and Rebel will go ahead and make it sound that way sometimes, but really and truly, everybody knows what's up. even Lonesome. JM reggae music. You're so sweet. You see, Flutter will get you everywhere.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me put this up, Kevin.
Mhm.
Excuse me, Rattigan. That's we're going to get to this. A lie has many variations, but the truth has none. That's an African proverb. We're going to get to that. Here's the agenda. A concise review of the Integrity Commission's report. Should the Prime Minister take leave of office? Some people are calling for him to resign. I'm just calling for him to take leave. Just step aside and let them finish the investigation. And if need be, then he has to leave. The People's Constitution, and that's what we're waiting on Cujo to come and talk to us about. The panelists, we haven't seen ISAT yet. Prezi won't be, I don't think he's going to be with us today because of his commitment to another event. So there we go. And here is who we're waiting on. We're waiting on Haile Mika'el Cujo, community activist. Andy, the newly married, will join us shortly. And here's the engagement norms. Be an active listener, please. Yeah, Andrea, Baltimore. Oh, you know a Baltimore top now sport. You know the colors, all right. Be an active listener, then use the time effectively. Be present, people. Be present. It just means just focus, speak to contribute from a constructive standpoint. I don't know if we'll open the phone line today, but certainly you can make your comments in the chat and celebrate others' contributions. Yeah, we don't need any distractions around here. And if any one of you, if you see, I need all of you to be monitors. Someone contacted me. I cannot remember. I wanted to be a monitor, and I promised the person. But in the meantime, all of you are monitors. So if you see something going on in the chat that's disruptive, then please let me know, and we will show that person the exit. We don't mind dissenting voices, but it has to be respectful. You cannot come here and use derogatory terms, or express yourself outside the norm. There are ways you can express your disagreement with people, and we are very tolerant. We will listen to you, and we can have a discussion. But once you come and you start putting on a performance, then we will have to show you the door. And last but not least, enjoy the experience. Some people regard this as a school, or regard themselves as students. We're all in this thing together. We're all in it. I'm learning from you as much as you're learning from me. We're not perfect, but we try to get the job done. And sometimes we take different routes. So if I'm taking a route and it's too long, please, 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 people, call my attention to it. Just like how I would call your attention to it. So there we go. Now let me see what else is there. Okay, I'll save these until when we get to Cujo or Andy. In the meantime, I almost feel like I want to start, but I don't want to start. Sam, you love the outfit, yeah? See it, I know. See the whole thing, I know. You love it, right? Maybe not stop wearing until we win the baseball championship.
So it's all about the World Series.
Yeah, it's all about that for me. So that's where we're gonna go.
But people who just watching and not listening would say something else. The people that going to get a screenshot of this would say something else.
Mm-hmm.
You get you have your orange windsock on your mic, you have your black and orange, you have the whole black and orange theme going on. Don't even show the logo for your thing. But I go even the odds. I'm a green. I can't wear nothing green because I'm a green screen.
New York Yankees. Well, you have to love the Baltimore Orioles. It's an underdog team. We don't have a David Justice. We don't have the superstars on the team, but it's doing quite well. Quite well. I remember days when you could just walk inside there and just watch a game. No lines or anything like that. No, you have to struggle to get a ticket. So, and it's right up the street from
progress.
So, yeah, you know what? I think we ought to we should start because people they are weird. Yeah, we need to start. All right. Oh, let me show them this. For those of you who are not aware or not baseball inclined, here's why Rattigan wear them colors. This. See that? Orioles clinch playoff berth. Baltimore secures postseason spot for second season in a row. That is my team. My team that they're right up the street from where I live. And I've actually supported them in the past by going to the stadium, but no, can't get a ticket. Can't get a ticket now, Kevin.
You need a ticket for a chance.
If you there you go. All right, so here we go. I want to play you something, and then I've like I said, I spent a lot of time on this, and I hope that you'll appreciate it. Hold on.
Much respect, 5 stars. Truly appreciate of the support and the encouragement.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time going over the Integrity Commission's report, as well as the Corruption Prosecutor's report, as well as the special report. I went through everything at least 3 times. And I've spent more time on this than any other story I've done. And it's well worth it. It's very rewarding because now I understand what's going on, and I don't have to listen to the rhetoric of the naysayers. I can actually point to something in the document whenever people say certain things. So and I think that you will do something. Find it. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. Verona, you're 20 minutes from the stadium. I'm actually about 15 minutes from the stadium. So, Lime Tree. Yeah, my team too. All right. Good. All right. No, let's start off with this.
And I want to say this to the television audience. I made my mistakes, but in all of my years of public life, I have never profited from public service. I've earned every cent. And in all of my years of public life, I have never obstructed justice. And I think, too, that I can say that in my years of public life, that I welcome this kind of examination, because people have got to know whether or not their president is a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got.
President?
Yes, sir.
People are asking, is our prime crook, as President Nixon said. Is our prime minister a crook? Well, we need to look at what the prime minister has done, what he said, and then you can make your decision. Let me start with this document here. And people Kevin couldn't cover them things. Kevin give up him Saturdays. I mean, Kevin and me every Saturday morning we start out at around 8 between 8 and 9. And we go all the way until Kevin has to leave. And sometimes in courteous enough to give us him show and said, no, run over into my show because the topic is well-meaning and people are finding it attractive. So run. So I have to big up Kevin. Let me show you this document. All right. Here's the document. This is a document where the prime minister is actually a speech transcribed. He's talking about the Integrity Commission. Right? This is in forgot the date. Remember the date, but he's talking, as it says right there, to Parliament about the bill, because they were getting ready to pass the bill. And he said a lot of nice things about he talked about to have all three anti-corruption agencies combined into one agency. He talked about how effective they're going to be. And so I can read all of these things and you get a sense, but you already have that sense. But the purpose of putting up this document is this last, second to last paragraph, where he said, and he's speaking to Parliament, we commit to a more efficient and effective public sector. So removing the need to resort to a just give me a bribe. Now, all Jamaicans know that phrase. See it right there? We commit to a more efficient and effective public sector. So removing the need to resort to a just give me a bribe, which I think everyone here knows that means a special favor or chance by circumventing due process. Processes will now be more predictable, timely, and transparent, and people held accountable. I'll never forget when I was in law school, my administrative law professor, J. Clinton, he asked class, what's the meaning? And I come up with all kinds of things. To simplify it, it means process that is due. Due process means process that is due. Where you forget, that's it. So, but the Prime Minister here said, nobody are gonna get a blight. Nobody around here. We're not giving anybody any favors or anything like that. They're saying that they're getting an echo. I think, hold on 1 second. I think this speaker.
Oh, your monitor upload. And here I am defending you. I just checked your audio on YouTube too, you know. Let me check it again.
Okay. Yes, so he said that nobody's gonna get a blight. Nobody's gonna get a blight, right? And we all believe him. And then he spoke very, very highly about the Integrity Commission. And then all of a sudden now we're having an issue. So let me show you what the Prime Minister said about the Integrity Commission in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. Yeah, Don Mill, can you hear me now? I hope you can. You should.
Audio good, Rebel.
Okay, good. I said, Dorrit says, I echo in the back. Dorrit, big up yourself, big up your community too. So let's go to that. Let's start with, because we're going to break down the report, people. We're going to break down the report. Montague said there's an echo. Let me.
But you turned down the monitor, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me, people? Oh, Dorrit says it's better. Loud and clear. Okay. All right. It's okay now, Carol. Great. No, here is how many of you are familiar with, I think it's December 9th. What does December 9th mean in terms of the anti-corruption efforts? Does anybody know?
No clue.
Does anybody know?
December 9th.
December 9. Yeah, I think it's December 9. Yeah, it's December 9 every year.
Every year.
Yeah.
For how long? Since when?
Now you ask a question like an investigator. No, that's a good question to ask, you know. I don't remember when. But here is what December 9th, people, is International Anti-Corruption Day. Most
Which
of you
day?
did. International Anti-Corruption Day. No. Here we go.
Huh.
There you go. Yes, December 9th, right? Now, it's a global thing. It's not just Jamaica, right? But Jamaica celebrates it. Now, this is 2020. Now, let's look at what the Prime Minister said in 2020 about the Integrity Commission. Let me see if I can enlarge that. Okay. All right. Hope you can read it. See what he says? He said in 2020, this administration is committed to ridding our society of corruption, as is evidenced by the passage of the Integrity Commission Act, which established the Integrity Commission, an institution of which we are very proud. Under the leadership of Chairman, the Honorable Mr. Justice Seymour Panton, the Commission continues to distinguish itself, operating without fear or favor in pursuit of a just and corrupt-free public sector and ensuring the best and most efficient use of public resources. I couldn't have said it better myself. And as my friend Mystic Sensation would say, take it away. That's 2020. Now here we come now to 2021, December 9th. And here is what here's what he said. There we go. There. He said, this administration is committed to ridding our society of corruption. Same thing he said the year before, as evidenced by the passage of the Integrity Commission Act in 2017, which consolidated and strengthened the existing anti-corruption laws and established the Integrity Commission. Same thing as a year before. This year, in 2021, he added this language. We provide both budgetary and legislative support to the Integrity Commission, as well as the other independent investigative and oversight bodies that continue to operate without fear or favor in pursuit of a just and corruption-free society. And then he said, last year, we commemorate Anti-Corruption Day in the midst of the COVID. That has indeed impacted goods. We must redouble our efforts rooting out corruption, misconduct, and wrongdoing as they steal away valuable resources at a time when they are most needed to respond to and recover from the pandemic. Now, this is in the middle of the pandemic, because the first COVID case in Jamaica was identified in March of 2020. And here's the Prime Minister making of 2020. So that's 2021. Let's go to 2022, December 9th again, Friday, December 9th. Here's what he said. And by the way, what you're going to realize is while all of this is going on, the Prime Minister is on the investigation. So here is what he said right here. He said, hold on. He said, we passed the Integrity Commission Act, which established the Integrity Commission, an institution of which we are very proud. Same as the year before. But here is new language. The commission has done an outstanding job in increasing awareness of anti-corruption, reinforcing this government's firm stance on the principles of accountability. Indeed, accountability, transparency, and integrity are hallmarks of all self-respecting democracies, and these principles must always be promoted and upheld in furtherance of good governance, social cohesion, and economic advancement. Could not have said it better myself. I mean, he's right on point. So that's 2022. Let's go to last year and see what he said. There it is, December 9th again. It's always December 9th because it's a Saturday. Last year it was a Saturday. Here's what he said. This is while he's under investigation, and he knew he was under investigation, right? He said the Integrity Commission has been steadfast in its commitment to combating corruption in Jamaica. And today's commemoration is an important reminder of the collective responsibility we bear in fostering a society free from the shackles of corruption. I have to enlarge this, folks, so you see this for yourself, what our Prime Minister said last year. All right, hold on. Here it is. Very last sentence, the highlight, it says, the work of the Integrity Commission is crucial. I am therefore pleased to note its work to expand public sensitization programs and improve investigative performance and technical proficiency, all of which represent a comprehensive approach to addressing corruption. I also commend the Commission's efforts to strengthen awareness and compliance in public bodies, as well as its dedication to improving responsiveness to complaints and reports. Very last highlight. I urge the Integrity Commission to continue its work across Jamaica. The government continues to promote transparency, accountability, and integrity to ensure that Jamaica emerges as a shining example of good governance. Let me take that away. So there it is, folks. We have the Prime Minister bigging up the Integrity Commission in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. What's important about this is that December 9th is Anti-Corruption Day globally, and it's celebrated by Jamaica. Another thing to note is that the Prime Minister, while he's saying all of these things, he knew he was under investigation. And we're going to talk about that. So, Kevin, you want to add anything before I move on?
Well, I was just here listening to you over there on YouTube. It's interesting how, and some of the people in the chat are saying some of the same things that I was thinking. If he's not using his own words, he pays someone very well to write these words that he is using in these speeches, comments, scripts, whatever. We haven't been seeing anything in alignment with what was said those 4 years with recognition of Integrity Day, this day that I've never heard of, to let alone to know that Jamaica has been a part of this day, celebrating this day. And I still want to know, how long have they been celebrating this in Jamaica? Because it has to have been since I left. It can't be that it has always been.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's got to be something just relatively new. And with that, okay, cool, I get it. And so my question is, if the government of Jamaica is recognizing this day, are the people of Jamaica in awareness of this day being recognized, or is it only the politicians that know about it and they keep it hush hush behind closed doors to themselves and they don't relay this information to their constituencies? How it go? People in Jamaica, this is where you all get to chime in now, and I'm asking for me, not even for a friend. I don't care what Ratty want to know. I want to know, people in Jamaica, do you know of this day? Because I was years old when I found out that such a thing existed. So what is it for? What are the requirements in recognizing this day? How do you truly recognize it? And where do we stand in alignment with this recognition?
And you know what, Kevin? Just in case people think this is a secret, it's not a secret. It's just not publicized. Because look at this. Look at all. I'm going to show you something. All the people who contribute every year to this thing. right? Look, you have the prime minister, you have first the governor general, the prime minister, minister of the opposition, president of the Senate, speaker of the House. You have Mr. Bartlett, Oversight Committee. This is the chairman of the Integrity Commission. There is the Mr. Christie, the executive director. Here is another person in over there. Here, well, this gentleman has retired, Mr. Selvin Hay. This gentleman has moved back to the military. This is Colonel Desmond Edwards. Then you have Jamaica Chamber of Commerce. You have Mr. Metro Siaga, that's PSOJ. You have the NIA, Miss Daniel Archer. You have JAMP, Miss Janet Calder. You have Jamaicans for everybody, civil society, everybody is aware of this. But ask the common person, ask them, do you do Corruption Day, December 9th, every year? Do you know about it in Jamaica? And the answer is going to be no. But here it is that they have these platitudes and they say all these nice words. They say all of these things. And by the way, our brother Andy is here, so we're going to have to just before we get into the report itself, we're going to have to stop here and bring Andy in. But this is not a secret, folks. This is not a secret. December 9th is Global Anti-Corruption Day, and Jamaica celebrates it. And they come out and you see all the beautiful words like a string of pearls that the prime minister, he stated. And then you ask yourself the question, is our prime minister a crook? You have to ask yourself the question, considering what the report said, right? And he said all of these things, knowing full well he was on the investigation for illicit enrichment and for knowingly filing a false statutory declaration. We are going to get into it, people. And I'm telling you, you're going to become so familiar with this document. And not only this document, but also with the Corruption Act and also with the Integrity Commission Act. Those three documents we're going to focus on today. And I'm telling you, when you're finished, nobody can fool you. You can hold a conversation with anyone, journalists, member of parliament, judges, anyone. You can hold a conversation with them concerning the prime minister's statutory declarations, plural, and the failure for them to be verified. Now, let me take a break and bring in my brother from another mother, man who just got married today, Andy Mashaile. Everybody's asking to see him. Here he is. Yes, Andy.
Man, I have to give you a rousing round of applause because you managed to pull off a feat that no man in history has ever done. Welcome, Andy.
Kevin, it's good to see you. I love your family. I love your ancestors. I love Will's family. I love Will's ancestors. Jamaica is my second home. And there's a brother who was introduced to me from somewhere, some place, some town in Jamaica. I've been trying to get hold of the man, and the man is just ignoring my calls. All because of you, Kevin and Wilfred Rattigan, putting me on the spot and me shooting from the hip, equalizing the playing field of justice, integrity, clean ethics, upstanding morality, and lastly, flying the anti-corruption flag. If that brother is watching this interview, I'm not going to mention your name. I love you, and you've got to pick up my calls, or otherwise I will fry you, my brother.
Well, Andy, look, first of all, congratulations on your wedding. Sir. Everybody is asking about it. No, let's just do a sideline and pull off of the service ramp and just talk a little bit about your wedding, if you don't mind, because people are curious as to Why? How? The two weddings? They don't understand that. And also, why is it that you got married today, and here it is that you've left your lovely bride and you're on the program? Please give us just a sense of how that works.
First things first. My wife understands that I am a warrior for justice. I don't pull punches when it comes to wrong, whether it's my mother, yourselves, Kevin, and yourself, and any other person. Where there's an injustice, someone must step up and make sure that the nice things, luxuries of sitting around the table, nice English words and nice English concepts and nice meals are just a petty, a small little pittance of life. The real issue is, how do we advance as a people? Number one. Number two, who takes on the cudgels to ensure that you transform yourself like I did now. You transform yourself into a David, taking on the Goliath of injustice, corruption, lawlessness, disorder, deceit, and deceitfulness. When our elders, who are our leaders, are deceitful or full of deceit, we must say it in their face. Whether they want to hug me or punch me or kick my rear end or egg me on, I really don't give a damn. I give a damn about the people of Jamaica and the people of our country who have gone through the challenges of crime and criminality, the challenges of poverty, the challenges of modern day slavery, either in the form of human trafficking, which is sponsored by some of our people at border posts, at our ports of entry all over the world, in your country and in my country. Our people who are involved in gun running, our people who are involved in drug distribution. We have to make sure that we call them out, so that they must understand that drug consumption and drug distribution destroys our communities, destroys the young people in my community, in their community, in your community, in Kevin's community, in all of the brothers who form part and parcel of this podcast and the viewers. We've got to call them out. Whether they like us or not is besides the point. The point is, you and Kevin and I have been thrown 150 meters away from our parents. We've got to throw our boys 300 meters away from us, right ahead of us. And when someone interferes with that God-given responsibility for the viewers and for yourselves and I, and that particular person is a leader, we've got to call them out and say, no. That's the one reason why I came onto the podcast. My wife knows that I'm working. This is work that I'm doing. I eke out a living in providing strategy, security, as an expert, amongst others. The newly appointed member of the Gauteng Ethics, Anti-Crime, Anti-Corruption Advisory Councillor to the Premier of Gauteng. You know him very well, Panyaza Lisufi Will. For the viewers, the province, the Gauteng province is like a state in America. It's like a state if you do have the 9 provinces in Jamaica. So I am sitting here advising one of the top decision makers, one for being a friend, 2 for having it fought alongside with me. I remember when I was arrested on the freeway, the R21 wheel to the airport from the Taiwanese embassy after they forced a 12-year-old African girl into bestiality. The dog was helping itself onto that little girl, and we caught wind and we went there to do it. We ended up on the negative publicity post of the Taiwanese government, and some of us are persona non grata in that space. So some of us in anti-corruption, in crime combating, crime prevention, and crime combating are like old bulls who talk from experience and having it traversed that terrain without fear or favor.
Good, good. Now, tell us a little bit about this position, and then we're going to get into the corruption bit. This position on the Gauteng, essentially, it's an integrity commission. Yeah,
it's a council, and it's an integrity council. In line, just to make it easier for your viewers. It would be it's the advisory council would be a commission in your space. I'm sure they didn't want to call it a commission for the want of a better term, after the many commissions have come and gone, and some of them have yielded nothing. Your reconciliation and many of those commissions that didn't add value. So people who are smart like Kevin and yourself would want to rebrand any initiative that's aimed at dealing with the construction mafia in South Africa. Those that says you are developing infrastructure, the road from Kingston to Montego Bay. You are a contractor. You must give us 30%. We refer to them as the construction mafia. And very soon, Will, you know, our farming area. I was speaking at an event and I spoke about the development of the farm mafia. Those would be going into those who are farming and say, give us an X percentage of your profits, or otherwise we will destroy your crops and you'll run out of business. And that would be forming part and parcel of the national threat to food security, to a number of the down the chain kind of initiatives and benefits that ordinary people must enjoy.
All right, before I have Kevin, let me just ask you one question before Kevin jump in. One of the things that well, South Africa has similar problems like Jamaica: crime, the poverty, the corruption. However, I have to say this, that there are people of goodwill in South Africa who are bent on holding government and government officials accountable. So much so that the president of South Africa, now former president, was brought before the bar of justice. I'm talking about President Zuma. And they're looking into the current president as well. In Jamaica, we just don't see something like that happening. We don't. This is the best efforts right now. That the Integrity Commission just put out a report, a damning report about the prime minister. And instead of people reading the report and analyzing it objectively, there are people going around saying, hey, there's nothing wrong here. The Integrity Commission didn't find anything. What's your advice for a country like Jamaica, taking, a cue from South Africa in terms of holding government officials accountable?
Let's test that Integrity Commission's report through the courts of law. 1, 2, let's invite experts like myself, people who have gone through the fires in ensuring that you hold government to account. You know very well that I was the boss of Gauteng when it comes to the Community Police Board, holding your friend, General Petros, to account because he was willing. He understood that whilst you wear the uniform, I wear black suit and I put a red tie on with my white shirt. My responsibility is to make sure that you provide service without fear of fail, without intimidation, without corruption, without asking for a bribe. And General Petros, he was like me and you. He understood what I was elected to do for the 5 years that you met me in one of the years when we went to Thokoza. You have to, the people of Jamaica have a responsibility. If the courts are not friendly towards the people of Jamaica, there are many instruments that the people can take. One of them is banging the pots in the country. Banging, 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 banging. One of them would be the hard way that some of us went through in 1976 when people were shot and killed. I was a stone thrower, and by those years, the Hollanders or the Afrikaners or the descendants of the Dutch people, those who arrived in this country in 1652, led by a man called Jan van Riebeck, know that I was a stone thrower, a klepgoeier, Will, as you would know. Lou would understand that klepgoeier is a stone thrower, just like those young men in Gaza or Gaza in Palestine. So long story short, we don't have to mollycoddle or hug or kiss injustice and wrong things and people who don't want to account. If they don't want to account, vote them out. You know what happened to the ANC in 2024. The people did not vote like the ANC was used to voting. That's why it's now forced to go into coalition with the Democratic Alliance, a semblance of the apartheid regime of the past, with a few chocolate specks on top of the white foam of that coffee, whatever you call it, an espresso. I don't know what you call it, but long story short, with a few fish and chips people who think that they will advance the ideals of a dead society. So long story short, I'm saying the people of Jamaica have a responsibility, unless if they have forgotten what it meant to have been dropped in Jamaica by the slave masters. We know Jamaica as the rebel country. Those who didn't buy the stories from the lollipop and gum shops were sent to Jamaica to go and get their heads to cool down, only to find that they go to Jamaica, they find the green stuff burning all over, and they get hot-headed. That's why we like Jamaica. They're like us.
Kevin.
So, Andy, with the formulation of such a commission, when the job is done,
yes,
how then are those who are found wanting? How is that addressed? How has that been for South Africa and areas that you know of that have implemented this? Because I'm not seeing where anything is coming of this in Jamaica.
Once the political parties have established in their ranks the integrity commission like the ANC has done in South Africa, once your name comes in front of the integrity commission and you are found to have embezzled money and there is ample evidence, you are asked as a result of the development or updating of its constitution, that is the ANC, you are expected to step aside. Step aside means suspend yourself from the operations of the organization. Now, do I expect the Democratic Party and the Republicans in America to step aside when their integrity commissions find that they have been found with their hands in the cookie jar? I don't know their reaction, but surely if you are found to have dipped your fingers in the cookie pie and helped yourself to the cookies, and you are caught out. I think it's decent for you to step aside, unless if you want to show us how arrogant you are and say, yes, I have stolen an X amount of millions, and what are you going to do about it? Then the people of the country must not vote for that party.
But you see, one of the issues that we have in Jamaica is this idea that we belong to a particular party. So in social psychology, it is considered to be the groupthink mentality, to be a part of a group and to feel included and to support this group to no end. And so what we have been doing culturally in Jamaica is choosing a side and omitting whatever it is that
Kevin,
is
can I
important.
interrupt you?
Yes.
Kevin, can I interrupt you with all due respect?
Yes, by all means.
Wonderful brothers like you and Will and my mother and my brother Joe, who went to the wedding with me, say all the nice words. Come to us, the guys who live in the street, the rough and tumble guys. We have been protecting criminals in our organizations. I just wanted to use that word, criminals in our organization.
Speaking of our politicians,
I'm saying, when you talk about groupthink and we belong and we want to work together and we want to forgive Kevin, we want to give him a chance, we are simply promoting criminals from one level of crime to the next. So I was interrupting you to say, I would be happy if you use the harsh words, but if you are in Jamaica, please use nice words, use marshmallow words so that there are no problems.
Well, I'm not in Jamaica at present.
Okay.
And
don't disclose where you are. Yes.
But well,
I'm in security, Kevin. Your security is very important to me.
I hear that these people know where we are and they see us watering our lawns. So I don't know. But here it is. I believe the mindset needs to be changed on a people level versus a people representative level, because they are, just like you said, I'm a criminal. What you gonna do about it? Have that arrogance. Ours are not outrightly saying, I'm a criminal. What you gonna do about it? Ours are saying, it wasn't me. Even though you caught me, it wasn't me.
The devil made me do it.
That. And so, what has gotten the people of South Africa to have a change in mindset, to hold their officials, their representatives accountable, that can be passed on to Jamaicans? Because
listen attentively.
To whom?
You allow them to go on that roller coaster of arrogance, displaying their nice whatever goods that they got from corruption. When you allow them to roll like we have allowed them to roll all over the world, they forget simple things, to patch the potholes. I'll be happy to hear that you don't have potholes in Jamaica. When you allow them to roll, they don't patch the potholes. The sewer in my street where I was born and bred, my mom's place, the sewer is rolling down the street. You go to the next town, this would be Randfontein, Krugersdorp, Johannesburg. You would find, even in Sandton, you would find sewer rolling down the streets. That has irritated a lot of our people. That's why they didn't vote for the ANC. So, Kevin, when political parties leadership thinks that it is better than me, the ordinary guy in the street, they make mistakes. They become big-headed They forget to greet us. They only remember us when it's electioneering time, when they come to the church to talk, when they invite me to go and speak at the events, so that some of them can be seen to be associating with people of integrity, not knowing whether I'm a guy of integrity or I'm a guy with integrity, but I'm definitely a guy who doesn't take BS. I apologize if this language is not acceptable on the podcast. They would want to be seen inviting you to have tea, inviting you to join them on walks. So long story short, when they become big-headed, they forget to provide a service. That's what has crippled the ANC. The ANC has actually performed less than 50%, and they needed 50% plus one so that they can retain majority in parliament. You know, they performed so dismal that they had to go fetch fish and chips parties to form a coalition that they call the Government of National Unity. We know it's not a Government of National Unity. It is a coalition, and the African National Congress would think that we are all stupid not to see the difference between the GNU and the coalition between the ANC and the DA, because of the number games that are involved.
Let me.
Go ahead.
Finish. No. Finish.
I spoke about service delivery. I spoke about arrogance when they talk on television. I spoke of, I am going to speak about when they forget that the media can make them or break them. When they own the media in terms of your government communication information services, your GCIS in Pretoria, when they go there through thinking that they own journalists, when journalists start writing different, the storyline changes, and people want to be told a good story that does not have arrogance, that does not have contempt. I am sure the dynamics are the same. Having had listened to you and the response of number one in Jamaica saying many things and not carrying out XYZ, and the Integrity Commission coming out with a report. Obviously, Kevin, the party, when I want to be the minister, I want to be an MEC, I want to be the mayor, I'm going to support that integrity, the state of mind that says there's nothing wrong that has been found by the Integrity Commission. And remember, those who are sitting in the Integrity Commission are now going to be enemies of everyone else, despite the tough job that I have been given. When the Premier called me and said, Andy, I'm appointing you because of your track record, your history, your expertise, your experience, your integrity, your good standing, you're not being two-faced and not being biased. When I said to the Premier in 3 seconds, I am up for duty, sir, and we put the phone down, and the Premier says, wait for an appointment letter, and it has came through. Will, you saw it yourself, and you saw the responsibilities. Amongst other things, I'm supposed to hold the Premier, my own friend, in the past few months before I was appointed. I'm supposed to hold the Premier and the government of Gauteng to account on matters of ethics, which would be integrity and anti-corruption. At the end of the year, we're supposed to produce a state of integrity and ethics or anti-corruption in South Africa. And by the way, on the 9th of December, I will be joining those in the world who are celebrating the Anti-Corruption Day. And Kevin and Will, my first day in office will be the 4th of October. So on the 4th of October, if I'm difficult to be gotten hold of on the podcast, no, I'm chasing some big friends of yours, Kevin and Will, and I'm not backing down.
One quick question: how long has this anti-corruption day been recognized? Do you know?
This ethics, this Gauteng is a province. Gauteng, Kevin, means place of gold. Gauteng. Gauta, like goat in Afrikaans and gold in English. Gauteng, Ethics
Yes.
and Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. I was appointed on the 21st of August. The letter came through, but actually the premier spoke to me at the beginning of August. So long story short, those that were there before were not there. Simply put, this is a new institution, especially established by the governor of a province, who in South Africa we call the premier. And Panyaza is the first man, the first premier to establish this kind of a council. In that council, I am sitting with Advocate Tulima Donsela. You know her very well. She grilled President Zuma, you know very well, as the former public protector. I am sitting with Advocate Zola Majavu and quite many others, and some MECs, members of the Executive Council at should I say state level? Yes, state level, yes.
All right, listen.
So, Kevin, it's a new institution with new faces. I might have to sleep with an R5 or two R5s in my bed. Your R5 would be an AR-15 in my bed, so that when the bad boys come hunting, I should be ready to defend myself and my family. My new beautiful young wife unveiled today.
Yes, sir.
Is your wife sitting in front of you?
No, she's in another province in Northwest, and she's not privy to this podcast. If she knows, you and Kevin are in trouble, I'm telling you.
Listen.
Now it comes out.
It actually, the anti-corruption day started in 2005 under the auspices of the UN. Started in 2005. And
in Jamaica.
Yeah, I don't know when Jamaica started celebrating it, but I know we went back to 2000 and we see that it was celebrated in 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003. And I suspect that they will celebrate it next year as well.
2020 through 2023. Not
Right.
2000. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. 2020 to 2023. Right. Yeah.
Am I invited to the celebration since I am a esteemed member who comes from the same body with the same mindset to come and visit in Jamaica? Do you know if I'll be invited to say what I'm saying over there?
But the way things look, Andy, it looks like you're going to be busy yourself on that day.
That's true. That's true. Yes.
Hey, Andy, maybe you should do like General Lubia. He went there for a conference, and I asked the Jamaican authorities. I said, "Look, this man is here. He's in charge of the Hawks, which is the functional equivalent of the FBI." I said,
yes.
"This guy," I said, "I know him personally. I'll arrange the meetings." They never spoke to him. He was there for about 4 or 5 days, and every day I would call him. I said, "General, did you hear from anyone?" He said, "No, nobody called me." No, and they were in the class. They were in the same room with him, Andy. The same room with him. But that's Jamaican arrogance for you. But let me just switch and start looking at the report. And this report, Andy, just so you know, this report is 171 pages long. This is the investigators' report. There's another report put out by the prosecutor. It's about 16 pages. What's instructive is the very last thing that they said in this 171-page report. And I think that's where we should start. Let me, there you go. This is the very last thing they said. And see, it's page 157 of 171, because after this, they started exhibits. And I'll read it for those of you who cannot see, who cannot make out the writing. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can make it even bigger. There it is. It says, having regard to the above findings and recommendations of this report, it cannot be ignored that as Prime Minister and head of government, Mr. Holness has a higher duty to the public to ensure that the laws of Jamaica are maintained, and that he bears in mind and acts according to established public virtues which have been in existence since time immemorial, and which have successfully encapsulated Nolan principles of public life. The import of Nolan principles is that those who hold public office should embody the virtues of selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, and leadership. This, of course, is not to question Mr. Holness's commitment to the virtues of aforementioned, except to say that a number of the findings of this report are antithetical to those virtues. That's a nice way of saying that the Prime Minister is not in compliance with the Nolan principles. That's a very nice way of putting it. You see, they say we're not questioning his commitment, but what we're saying is some of our findings, they go against Nolan principles. Well, guess who the findings were against? Most of the findings were against the Prime Minister. Now, we talk, and another reason why I think they put this in there is, just so you know, Andy, the Prime Minister asked the Integrity Commission for training in good governance and anti-corruption. They provided the training to the Prime Minister and his cabinet. And when they were finished, they said to him, we need you to sign this little document, essentially saying that you subscribe to these principles: openness, accountability, honesty, leadership, integrity, objectivity, selflessness. Those principles. To date, no one from the government has. To date. And I'm going to show you the letter. Is it? Hold on one second. Here we go. Let me show you this. In case people, you're wondering, what kind of training did they receive? Here's the training. I can read it for you because it's small. They received 12 modules of training. 1, overview of Jamaica's anti-corruption. 2, the problem of corruption. 3, principles of good governance and integrity in government, public office and public life. 4, public procurement. 5, other critical areas involving the Integrity Commission's oversight. 6, declarations, and so on and so forth. Let me show you the segment. Here's a segment. All right, there we go. Anti-corruption. See, it's what the government received. They asked for it. Anti-corruption and good governance sensitization workshop series. And you see what it says? Specially developed. Let me put that up so you guys can see. Specially developed by the Integrity Commission. For whom? The Cabinet of the Government of Jamaica. They developed this training for them. And here it is. They gave it to them, Module 6, January 11th. And this was on arbitrary declarations. Here it is. Here it is. Who should file, when, where, all of this stuff. I won't go through it in detail, but I'm just showing you that the extent and the quality of the training they receive. Who should file a statutory declaration, all of this stuff, what to include in it, assets, income, liability, full disclosure. There it is. They received it. And what I'm going to encourage all of you to do is, because time is of the essence, is to go back to the Integrity Commission website and look up anti-corruption and good governance right there. And then you scroll down to the bottom and then you'll see the training they received. You can click on any one of the modules or all of the modules, and you'll see the training that our government received at taxpayers' expense. The government asked for it and they received it, and now they're having problems simply because they don't like the findings. Now, let me see. Okay. Now, after they received the training, and Andy, you're going to find this interesting. They received the training, and I showed this last week, but it's worth showing again. They received the training, between November 9th of 2020 and February 15. Let me say, in the case of cabinet, yeah, between November 9th, 2020 and February 15, 2021. That's when they received the training. Let me pull this up. There you go. And the executive director wrote, that's him, Greg Christie, he wrote complaining basically that, hey, you guys received this training and we're asking you to sign this document, the 7 Principles of Public Life, and you don't want to sign it. You received anti-corruption and good governance workshops. Now, that's the letter. Here is, again, we just showed it. Here is the training they received. All of this. And look at the sentence right here, the sentence below the last bullet point. It says, and whereas the Prime Minister and his cabinet successfully completed participation in the aforementioned workshops. He's saying you guys received this training, and here are the principles: selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, leadership. And when we go through the report today, you're going to find that our Prime Minister, based on the report, based on what the Integrity Commission found, that he violated several of these principles. There it is. He didn't sign it. Now, here it is, Andy. They sent out the media release, and they said they're asking him to sign the 7 Principles of Public Life. And here they are again: selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, leadership. And here is an email. I mean, the Integrity Commission went out of its way to try and get them to sign on to this thing. Here it is. Here's a sentence. We read this last week. However, while there is no legal compulsion, it's at the top right there. While there's no legal compulsion or requirement placed upon them to commit to the code of conduct, their formal subscription to these principles will be a clear demonstration to the people of Jamaica of the standards of integrity, governance, and accountability that they are prepared to submit themselves to as holders of the highest public offices in Jamaica. Next paragraph. Likewise, a failure to formally commit to the code will also signal to the citizens of Jamaica the type of leadership that they should not expect from the country's highest office holder. So they're saying, if they don't sign it, people of Jamaica, you know what to expect now. That's the email. Now this followed up with a letter. Here's a letter, June 6, 2023. And here, all right, there we go. At the top, the opposition leader was the first public official to sign and commit to the commission's leadership code of conduct. So that's that. And then he went on to say that the opposition asked every member of the opposition to sign individually. Next paragraph. Despite the passage of over 6 months, and despite the fact that the training upon which the code was predicated was initiated by the Prime Minister himself, the Prime Minister is, however, yet to respond to the Commission's letter to him of November 15, 2022. Further, neither he nor any member of the cabinet of the government of Jamaica has to date signed the code. So when you see this, see, they're talking about the same Nolan principles right here. They're saying, we gave you this training, took the training, we asked you to sign, you didn't sign, and now we see all of these things that are violations of the 7 principles. And look at the critique. They said Mr. Holness has a higher duty to the public to ensure that the laws of Jamaica are maintained and that he bears in mind acts according to established public virtues. They're specifically identifying the Prime Minister, saying you are a problem. You are a problem. And they go on to say that you're not complying with the Nolan principles of public life, and you received the training.
Let me come in there.
Please.
When I see that line that says they participated in the campaign, the awareness campaign, I don't get excited. I would have been happy if for every day that they attended, there was a an attendance register, and I know it was there. I'm sure you and Kevin quickly know where exactly that I'm going. For all those days that they attended and they filled in the attendance register, that would stand as them having had legally committed themselves, bound themselves to those principles. Without signing that letter, they had, by mere participation and appending their signature to those attendance registers. In my space, I would take those registers. Should I go to court and say you have signed your attendance register, and the attendance register says you are legally using taxpayers' money, and lack of failure to sign that document is what do you call it? Wasteful expenditure from the Public Finance Management Act. I'm not sure what it says in your country, but globally and internationally, the principle of public finance management speaks to the effect of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And if you are the president and fruitless and wasteful expenditure is implied, then there must be an investigation. I don't know who investigates those kinds of issues, but the commission, they are my friends. I don't want to roast them, but I must roast them for a few seconds. They will not feel the heat for now. They are supposed to have taken the matter up, the issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure of anyone else, including the president, who would have come onto the program and not signed that document when they have spent money to know what is in that document. If you had malicious intentions of attending the course to know how to deal with the crimes that would or illicit activities that would come with a result, as a result of you possessing the knowledge of what the Nolan principle says and the impact or the effect on you as an individual and your party, then that subverts the whole process, that whole course, and the intention and purpose and the establishment of the Integrity Commission. Now that the Integrity Commission is a legal instrument, that legal instrument would have to test its teeth, its mettle in a court of law by dragging all those who attended that course must be dragged and brought before the court of law to say exactly what is it that you understood. Why did you sign? Why did you have that information? Who paid for the course? And if it's government and you claim ignorance or you don't want to sign the documents from your own personal pockets, you must pay money back to Treasury of the cost to avoid or to avert in future fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I'm saying the Integrity Commission has a locus standi to can say the court of law. We are established in terms of the constitution of the country and in good faith with the laws of the country. And we see an irregularity that happens. We want you to pronounce your mind on these important principles as having it being sponsored by government. That government must adhere to. Simply put, you force them through the courts of law. I want to stop short at there. I'm just saying, long story short, the Integrity Commission is the right instrument to say, Baba, we are dragging you to a court of law. Baba means Father, we are taking you, or Abba, we are taking you to a court of law, unless if you sign these documents. Maybe that's how we should be dealing with leadership all over the world, failing which would be to stand in parliament. The opposition party must do what the opposition party did in South Africa, the EFF, and say, President, pay back the money. President and cabinet, pay back the money. pay back the money like they did with Zuma. Pay back the money. Pay back the money. So the president and the cabinet must pay the money out of their own pockets.
Or a big part of our problem. You're muted.
I remember that incident quite well. The EFF was part of that too. That chorus calling for them to pay back the money. But let me start now, because we start with the end of the report. We started with the end of the report where they lambasted the prime minister, saying you should know that you have a higher duty to respect the laws of Jamaica than anybody else as a leader. And they brought in the Nolan principles, and I showed you where they used that because he got the training. He asked for it. They didn't impose it on him. He went and he said, I want this training, and they gave it to him.
Fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Well, I'm not signing anything. Right, it's wasteful expenditure. Now let's talk about the report, folks. And Andy, chime in, and Kevin, stop me anytime. We're gonna go through this. We're gonna take our time because it's a lot. We may not finish. Today, but it's a lot. Let me just give you the background, right? The Prime Minister submitted his 2021 statutory declaration in March of 2022. You have until March of the following year, the end of March, to submit it for the year prior. So for 2021, he had until March he submitted it. Now, in September 2022, they reviewed it. The Integrity Commission reviewed his statutory declaration, and they determined that he omitted reporting certain bank accounts. And in September, same month, he submitted an addendum, and he included one account that he did previous. The Integrity Commission accepted the explanation that one of the banks erroneously reported an account in US dollars when it should have been in Jamaican dollars. And so they said, okay, we're going to close the investigation. And they closed it in February of 2023. Nevertheless, the Prime Minister's submission was declared to be inaccurate, and he was requested to resubmit his statutory declaration, which he did the same month, February 2023. When he submitted, he mentioned he submitted a second statutory declaration and included two bank accounts not previously reported. So the Integrity Commission, they said, look, we don't know what's going on here, but he's not playing fair and straight with us. So they went and they found some more accounts that he didn't include. So they had concerns, including the omission of bank accounts, that the Prime Minister owned assets disproportionate to his earnings, which in other words, illicit enrichment. Folks, when you hear that fancy term, when you hear assets disproportionate to earnings, it means one thing and one thing only: illicit enrichment in the context of corruption in Jamaica. That's what it means. Now, because of this, they started a full investigation, because the investigation before was just it was just a failure to file. No, sorry, it was a failure to report accurately, and so they give you a chance to come clean and correct whatever it is that was wrong. But now they said, look, we're finding bank accounts, and it looks like there's something going on here with this illicit enrichment. So they opened up an investigation. Now, during the investigation, remember now, this investigation started in 2023. During this investigation, they looked at 3,600 transactions. They identified 28 bank accounts, and they obtained approximately 80 witness statements. That's a lot. It's a lot. Now, the work conducted by the Integrity Commission was commendable by any standard. And we extend our sincere thanks on behalf of the nation for what it did. However, as an investigator, I found that it was incomplete. Incomplete because they didn't follow up on some clear leads. And I'll point them out to you as we go along. It was incomplete for a number of reasons, including the fact that the Prime Minister And they listen to this carefully. The Prime Minister refused to cooperate with with aspects of the investigation. And he misrepresented the face of uncontradicted evidence. We're going to show all of that today. So with all of that, with his failure to cooperate, especially the failure to cooperate, I am befuddled. I am perplexed. I'm confused. I don't know why the Integrity Commission didn't use its powers to force compliance. I'll show you from the Integrity Commission now provisions that nobody will speak about. These are provisions that the Integrity Commission could have used to force the Prime Minister to comply. Here's the first one. 7.2. It says, a person or body shall cooperate with the Commission in the exercise of the functions conferred on the Commission under this Act or any other enactment. Mean you're supposed to comply. Look at 3. The court may, on an application made by the Commission without notice, order. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, right here. Loud and clear.
What's going on with Andy?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Let's go back to 7.2.
Okay, 7.2. There we go. Right there.
The operative 7.2. The operative word that I want to draw to your attention is shall, meaning must. We can move on. So shall cooperate legalistically. You say a person or body must cooperate with the shall in that context. You use it as a must. So I'm taking yourself and Kevin and the viewers in the direction that says, do we have a legal recourse? Do we have a legal remedy? What remedial action will we take? So I specifically looked at shall. It does not say he can think about complying and cooperating, or he can if he wishes. It says shall, which means must.
Right. Now 3 reinforces that point. Look at what 3 says. It says the court may, on an application made by the Commission without notice to the declarant, to the person filing the statutory declaration, order any person or body to provide to the Commission any information or document which the court deems necessary to assist the Commission in carrying out its functions under this Act. It's abundantly clear there that the Commission, when the Prime Minister said, I'm not going to cooperate, the Commission had the legal right to appeal to the court under this section. And they didn't even have to notify the Prime Minister. They could have gone without notice to him and just say, Judge, he's not cooperating, and we have an investigation going on regarding his statutory declaration. We want a summons, or we want you to summon him here and have him tell you why he's not. They didn't do that. No, let's go to let me go to 42, show you another section. I hope you're writing these things down. I hope you're writing these things down, because I want you to be able to go out and talk intelligently about these issues. Just don't sit here and just listen to my voice and say, yeah, it sounds good. Write these things down. Here's 42. All right. 42.2. It says, where upon examination of a statutory declaration, let me put it right there, the Director of Information and Complaints is of the opinion that further information is required in respect of the statutory declaration, he may, by notice in writing, request the declarant to submit such other information at such time as may be specified in the notice, and the declarant shall submit such information within the specified period. And as Andy says, shall in this instance means must, especially if you go back to 7.3 and 7.2, must. 43, where are we? 42, look at 43.1. A person, 43.1b. A person who fails without reasonable cause to provide any information as the Director of Information and Complaints may require in accordance with the provision of this act, look at what happened, commits an offense. If they ask you and you don't give them, you commit an offense, and you're liable on summary conviction in a parish court to a fine not exceeding $500,000 or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months. Right? That's what was that?
43B.
No, look at 43.3. It says the Director of Information and Complaints may, with the approval of the Director of Corruption Prosecutor, serve upon a person referred to in subsection, this one, 1B, failure without reasonable cause to provide information, who appears to the Director of Corruption Prosecution to have committed an offense under that subsection. And notice, what this means now is this, that the information and complaints, and that's where they put that's the entry point for the statutory declarations. If you don't provide information that's required, the director can also go to the Director of Corruption Prosecutor and serve you notice saying that you have to comply. Was that done in this case? I see nothing in the report indicating that this was done. No, let's go to 45. 44, all right, 45.1a. For purposes of an investigation under this act, the Director of Investigation shall, subject to the specific or general direction of the Commission, look at that, have the power to summon witnesses, have the power first to summon witnesses, then 2, compel the production of documents or any other information, and do all such things which are necessary for the purposes of conducting an investigation. They could have done it under 45.1a. And then let's go to 48. Look at 48a. The Director of Investigation may, by notice in writing, require a person who is the subject of an investigation or any other person who, in the Director's opinion, is able to give assistance to the investigation. What can the Director do? Submit such information and produce any document or thing in connection with such matter which may be in possession or under the control of the person. Can ask you for that. None of this, Andy, based on the 171 pages I read, none of this was done. They came out and they said he didn't provide information, and therefore we couldn't complete the illicit enrichment investigation, and we're going to refer it to another agency. My question again is under sections 7.2, 7.3, 42.2, 43.1b, 43.3, 45.1a, 48a, and several more sections. Why is it that they didn't go to court and force the Prime Minister hand?
Let me jump in there before you come in, Kevin. The Prime Minister or the President in this case is not the problem. The problem is the Integrity Commission. And if you want to deal with the President, you take the Integrity Commission to court because they have produced that document. And they themselves are accomplices to crime and illicit activities. It's an offense. It's not a social offense. It's a criminal offense to violate the law or the constitution of that country or any other country, if it's fashioned and lined along those lines that you've just shared with me. So in this discussion and conversation and solution-seeking mode that we have turned on, and nicely so, I'm going to switch the beast mode on in me. The beast mode says, I don't want to tear the president or the prime minister apart. No. Should I say respectfully and using the power of words, what the Japanese would call your kotodama, your power of words. The president is a small fish here. The big fish would be, I would go for the head, for the jugular, for the neck of the Integrity Commission and say, you knew that crime was committed and you failed intentionally. recklessly and negligently so, to ensure that your recommendations are adhered to before you even provide remedial action. You know that crime or offenses have been committed and you keep quiet. So you're part and parcel of the problem. We would like the court to deal with the commissioners one by one and send them to jail for those 5 years. What do you think is going to happen with the members of the commission? Will they resign? They can resign, but having participated in that process, I'm sure the law would still subject them to the 5-year sentence or the $500,000 fine. So the problem here, when I want to solve this problem, like when the world calls me, Will and the rest of the people, when you call me to provide a strategic way forward here, I would choose, in order for me to checkmate the king, I would go for the smaller nyana fishes, which are powerful, whether you want to call them bishops or you want to call them the pawns or you want to call them this or that. You go for that and you expose the king. When the king is naked, because the commissioners have been taken apart, the emperor will realize that he is naked because those were providing the clothing, intentionally and unintentionally so. The commission has a responsibility to take on the president or the prime minister. The people of Jamaica must change their aim. They must train their gun not on the president, train their gun on the commission. The commission will aim at the president. So that's how we deal with this problem. Honestly speaking, as long as those who have the power to change and transform situations and they don't do that, they're as guilty as those who are allowing wrong to happen under their watch and they claim to provide leadership and direction. So what am I saying to your viewers? If you want to have a field day, have a field day at the commission. The commission will then, when it's too hot, will then take the president head on through the court of law.
All right.
Thank you.
Kevin.
Well, I guess in a perfect society, that is what should happen. These reports have been out. The Integrity Commission has done nothing in Jamaica, and the people of Jamaica are saying, "Oh, shower," because I just saw the thing set, and nobody seems to really care in Jamaica about the fact that what was set out to be done, what the Prime Minister speaks of in these past 4 letters, addresses, nothing has come of it. He hasn't done what he went out there to do. He hasn't produced anything that he was asked to produce, and the commission has not taken any steps. So who is going to hold who accountable?
The people of Jamaica must hold the commission accountable.
But clearly the people of Jamaica don't care.
Yeah, I don't know whether there's still 2 million people in Jamaica. 5 people or 10 people out of the 2 million can be the David and deal with the Goliath. The Goliath in this instance would be the commission. So 1 or 2 people who are listening to us or who are watching this conversation would have a responsibility. Some of them are really waiting on this direction that you're providing so that they can deal with it. Kevin, you and I don't know if all the people of Jamaica don't know, don't care, but you and I can surmise and say and say a certain portion, a small number would want to take on the commission. Now that we are providing the directives, now that we are providing strategy and tactics, your strategy would be to go for the commission. Your tactics would be to use the court of law. Against who? Against the commission. The commission would now be forced to take the matter to court and say, Mr. President, as a result of the court order that forces us to hold you before the court of law, we hereby serve you with a subpoena to appear in court on this particular day and meet with us. So 1 or 2 or 10 people or 100 people, I'm sure the people of Jamaica, a certain number, however small that they can be, they can organize some powerful advocates pro bono to deal with the matter. I'm definitely sure. If I were to be contracted by yourself to produce a strategy, the strategy would look at the weaknesses. In the fight between David and Goliath, the weakness was the eyesight of Goliath, because he was suffering. He had too much growth hormone, and it led to agromegaly. He couldn't even see when David was carrying one stick. He said there are sticks. So in this context, when I look for weakness, the Integrity Commission is the one that will deliver the head of the president to me from a strategy point of view. And if you would allow me to say, look, in your strategy arsenal, let me come into your strategy department and actually ensure. I would single out few people who have been commenting on online and saying all these other things that show frustration. When you show them how to do it, they become excited. When you show them why they need to do it, there'll be fire in their bellies that would then lead them to take on the Integrity Commission. For now, I would point all my guns at the Integrity Commission so that they can stand up. My guns would not be loaded against the Integrity Commission. In case the madman inside me pulls the trigger, it shouldn't destroy the Integrity Commission. The madman should instill fear in the madman in the Integrity Commission. I'm using madman only as a figure of speech, as a metaphor. I'm not suggesting that commissioners are mad. No. Neither am I. I'm just saying, from a strategy point of view, this is what we do. This, when we earn a living, we look at these things and we actually declare people Goliath, and we declare ourselves the Davids, and we look at how to bring the big men down. So bringing the big men down here, who is the head? The head is the Integrity Commission. And what's the body? The president.
Let me just add this to say that the Integrity Commission, when you look at the report, they put in a lot of work. But in my estimation, they could have done a lot better with the resources that they have. I'm thankful, and that's why I started out saying that, listen, the work done by them was commendable, and we extend our sincere thanks on behalf of the nation. However, when you see deficiencies, you have to point them out. And in my opening a while back, I said, look, I found some deficiencies and we're going to highlight them so that people, the Integrity Commission, can do whatever it needs to do in terms of getting people to work effectively and efficiently. And part of that includes legislation. But they already have the legislation. And I don't know why they didn't do it. No, they did. Again, you have to give credit where credit is due. No one is perfect. When I go through this report, you will see that they did some extraordinary things. They trapped the prime minister. They trapped him. And by the way, my criticism does not benefit the government, because some of my friends are saying, oh, the government, they want to hear this because they're going after the Integrity Commission. But they're going after the Integrity Commission for a different reason. They would not use the reason I'm using to go after the Integrity Commission. They would not say, "Oh, you should have gone after our gone after the Prime Minister in court." They will not say that. They will not, because they don't want that to happen. They come up with other reasons. But let me move on to this point. Mama used to tell me, and I used to hear it a lot, and all the Jamaicans listening to my voice, they have heard it. The phrase is, every liar is a thief. That's self-explanatory. Every liar is a thief. Now, you family will be the judge of that today when we're finished with this. First question I have to ask is, did the Prime Minister lie when he told the nation that nobody in his administration was being investigated for illicit enrichment? Take a look at this.
See, no.
Can you guys hear that?
I think it's muted.
Yeah.
I think it's muted, Rebel.
How do I get
Over on the right hand side, you see that little mute icon, the speaker icon.
Yeah.
Push that all the way up.
Yeah, it's up.
And then drag back the slider, the play slider. Just click on click in the video itself.
No, slider's not coming. Let me take.
Just refresh it. Yeah, just refresh it. I'll say this, because some passionate Jamaicans in the chat, and I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're passionate. And my thing was to get at how to get Jamaicans, or point Jamaicans in Jamaica in the right direction to get the desired result. Because yes, they said, I must speak for myself. Cool. Kevin, you're not in Jamaica. I get it. And this is one of the reasons too that I don't say certain things. But for my Jamaicans in Jamaica, the ones that have their ears to the ground, the ones that are treading the pavement, the ones that are looking over their shoulders, because the repercussion is real. And I get that. And a lot of people not trying to do the right thing because of fear. And I get that. But at some point in time, somebody is going to need to do something.
Kevin,
who's going to do that? Somebody.
Alleged illicit enrichment by the Integrity Commission.
I have asked as far and as wide. I have gotten that response from everyone.
It's not going back.
Johnson. Prime Minister Andrew Holness says so far he's not aware of any member of the Jamaica Labour Party administration being investigated for alleged illicit enrichment by the Integrity Commission.
I have asked as far and as wide. I have gotten that response from everyone. But as far as I have been told, no.
And the People's National Party President says the government's decision not to allow cabinet ministers and government lawmakers to comment on matters related.
Say that again, Rebel.
Oh, here we go again. Here's another thing.
Mm-hmm.
Holness on enrichment proof. None of my parliament. Let me see.
Opposition leader Mark Golding has declared that none of his parliamentarians has been written to by the Integrity Commission concerning a probe into illicit enrichment. On Wednesday, Mr. Golding challenged the Prime Minister to do the same. Speaking to journalists today on a tour of Northern Clarendon, Andrew Holness accepted the challenge.
Are there members of my party who have been written to for this crime of illicit enrichment? My straight answer is that I have asked as far and as wide, I have gotten that response from everyone. But as far as I have been told, no.
This is August 17th, right? This is August 17th. I've asked, and I can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, push up your volume.
Yeah. August 17th, he didn't know what in his part. Right? Now, let's go back to this. Keep that in mind, folks. August 17th, he did not. All right. Now, take a look at this. This, what I'm showing you, is a timeline provided by the Integrity Commission. Now, remember I told you that they referred the amended statutory declaration for investigation. That was done May 3rd, and they did it for two reasons. They did it for illicit enrichment, and they did it for knowingly failing to file, knowingly failing to provide the information. Look at May 5th. See what May 5th said? It says, letter sent to Mr. Holness by the Director of Investigation, advising him of the referral received for investigation. And what was referred for investigation? Those two things I just mentioned to you. Then look at May 18th. They started asking about all kinds of banking information. Look at May 26th. Letter sent to Mr. Holness by the DI, providing him with an update on the investigation. This is way before August 17th. Way before August 17th. He knew he was under investigation. But then I'll show you something that's even worse. Let me go to page 135. And again, people, I hope you just you're writing these things down and not just listening to me and saying, okay, yeah, it sounds good. Write it down so that you can go out and you can talk about these things. 135. Now, I need you to pay close attention to this. 135. Okay. Okay. Look at E. It says the Director of Investigation reiterates his inability to proceed with illicit enrichment calculations in respect of Mr. Holness's assets, liabilities, and income given, the unresolved questions around connected companies, and the absence of a schedule of his personal expenses over the period. Mr. Holness was required information by me. Mr. Holness, however, in the written submission dated July 16, indicated the following. Now, here's what he said. Listen to what he's saying now. He's saying, I didn't know I was on the investigation. I'll read you the appropriate section. He says, it says right here, let me move that. Okay. Look at the sentence, the top line with the sentence beginning, I adopt and incorporate herein all the objections, including that at the commencement of the investigation. Look at that. No allegation of corruption was put to me. That's not true. And then he says, in addition, I was not told, nor was it established that my assets are disproportionate to my lawful earnings. In response to the inquiry as to the reason the matter was referred to investigation, I was told that some new matters had arisen. However, I was never told what those new matters are. That's what he said. That's what he said. No. Look at what the Integrity Commission said. They said, having regard to Mr. Holness's response above, saying that he didn't know anything about an investigation, the DI highlights here on a few paragraphs from a notice dated August 18th, which was served on him during the course of the investigation. Listen to this. Take notice that the Integrity Commission is investigating the statutory declaration submitted by you for the year 2021 to determine, among other things, inter alia, whether there are reasonable grounds to suspect that you have contributed to 5, which is illegitimate enrichment, and Section 43 of the Integrity Commission Act, which is knowing failure to file. Then look at this. What page are we on here? Let's go to 136. Okay. Here it is. Take further notice that the commission, from the proceeds of its investigation so far, listen to this, read this, and listen to this, folks. You cannot miss this point. Here's what they said to him. Take further notice that the commission, from the proceeds of its investigation so far, has determined that you own assets disproportionate to your lawful earnings insofar as have been declared by you. That is illicit enrichment. They told him. And as a consequence on the foregoing, you're invited to attend on the Integrity Commission for an interview to provide an explanation. They told him. And he's saying, nobody told me anything. I didn't know I was on the investigation. I was just told that some matters had arisen. And when I asked what's going on, the people just said, hey, you know, there's nothing going on here. Right? So, who are you going to believe? No. Andy, let me bring in here. What do you think about that, man? Like Mama used to say, every liar is a thief. We're going to get to the stealing part later on, but this is an obvious lie.
The Integrity Commission is a problem. The president is not a problem in that the Integrity Commission inadvertently so protects him from him or from himself. If the Integrity Commission was to say, we told you, we did A, B, C, D, F, G, we found 1, 2, 3, 4, not in line with what you told us. Look, I also signed a global conflicts of interest declaration form with my contract. I signed that kind of a thing. Now, when the commission does not help us to deal with the president, what do you think he's going to do? He's going to say, I was not told A, B, C, D, F, G. You know why? Because there's no consequences management. He knows there's no consequences management. He knows no one is going to court to go to court. He knows nothing is going to happen to him until you light the fire under the commission. The commission will light the fire under the president or the prime minister. This is the only best method at this point in time. There are many others that can be explored, that can be looked into. But long story short, as long as we keep on hugging and kissing the commission on the cheek, we are not going to get the president. Deliver the head of the president on the silver platter. And you who owns the silver platter, that is the report. If you cannot provide that platter as a holder of the president's head, because the president's head or the prime minister's head is already on that platter, it becomes your problem as the owner of that platter. The platter in this case becomes the report. The owner of the report is the report stroke platter. The owner is the Integrity Commission. I'm going to keep on playing and hopping around this point because I have found weaknesses that can make me get whatever I want or whomever that I want. When I deal with the Integrity Commission, the Integrity Commission would have to retrieve that footage from your broadcasting authority in Jamaica, so as to can hold the president in front of the nation who will be holding the president or the prime minister? The Integrity Commission. When you deal with the Integrity Commission, they will deal rough with the prime minister. So for now, I would have said, if you were my client, I would have said, I hear what you're saying. It's exciting. Let's ban the fire under the Integrity Commission. Not like light, but ban the fire under the Integrity Commission. The Integrity Commission will bring us the president.
Kevin?
Obviously through the court of the law.
Kevin?
Okay, so we're going about this the wrong way. We are going after the issue, and we can go after those that highlight and uphold the issue.
No, Kevin. You don't want to go after the commission. You want to remind, when you go to court, you want to remind the commission to ensure that it doesn't act blindly. It doesn't turn to the left, not having it seen what is in its blind spot. You don't want the commission to be punished, but you want to use that stick so that you can get the carrot. Remember, the commission in Jamaica are my colleagues in South Africa. We are on the same platform, even though that we have not kicked off in Gauteng, in the state. You are talking at national level in Jamaica. But when you say to the commission, in your blind spot, there is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you are not if you are not correcting what is in your blind spot, you will crash. So I don't want to be seen as saying the commission is the enemy. No, I'm just using it from, or should I say metaphorically, or as a figure of speech. I'm sure if members of the commission are listening or viewing at this podcast, they would understand what I'm talking about. It is not going to them as individuals. It is going to them as legalistic persons formulating the commission. They are commissioners. And if they're ignorant of one or two things, in the same space and breath that they correct others, they would need to be corrected themselves.
All right. Let me just move on to another finding. And like I said, the arguments we're making, the government would never make these arguments because it would run counter to their position. What we're saying is that, what I'm saying is that the Integrity Commission did yeoman's work, but there were deficiencies in it, and you have to call them out in the hope that going forward, they will make the necessary adjustments so that these things don't happen again. For example, last year we saw where the corruption prosecutor, in the opinion of many, she failed to do what she should have done, which was to prosecute some people. She didn't do it. And now I'm going to go through the next segment and show you where she had a chance to do it again, and where she had a chance to a do-over to prosecute the prime minister this time, and she didn't. Part of that is because they're working in silos, Andy. They don't subscribe to the Fusion Center or the Intelligence Center. Even though the corruption prosecutor works for the same agency as the director of investigation, as the director of information and complaints, apparently they don't speak. Even though it is part of her mandate to speak to the commission about acts of corruption, they should have been on the ground floor talking to each other. They still work in silos. And so what happens is issues that should have been dealt with on the ground floor, they get dealt with at the top floor when it's too late. Mistakes have been made. You need the prosecutor. Once you start the investigation, you need the prosecutor to sit there with the investigators and the analysts and say, okay, I see where you guys are going with your initial investigation. These are the elements of the crime. I need these things in order to prove my case. Go out and get them. You don't wait for the investigation to be completed and then you say, oh, I'm not gonna prosecute this case because you guys didn't do this and you didn't do that and I don't see the evidence. No. The Integrity Commission, the structure of it is deficient. It's defective. It has to change. If you're really serious about it, it has to change, because guess what? We're going to continue to have these problems, and the people who commit corruption, they're going to continue to escape prosecution. Now, let me just say this to everybody. Let me start on the second piece here, or the third piece.
Hold on, Ratty, before you go on to the next piece, somebody posted a question, and it's an excellent question. And I want to bring it to your attention. Why didn't the opposition bring the IC, the Integrity Commission, to the courts?
You know what? That's a very good question. There is something called a writ of mandamus, which essentially you're asking the court to compel the government to do what it's obligated to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, right. Some opposition or civil society or somebody should have brought the action to court to say, Judge, the Integrity Commission is supposed to provide the Prime Minister should have provided information to the Integrity Commission, and he is not doing it. The only problem with that, though, is, remember, they have a gag order 53.3, so nobody knew about this until now when it's tabled. So they wouldn't have known about it. They couldn't have known about it. They shouldn't have known about it. That's the problem with 53.3, that we don't know what's going on, and by the time you find out, it's too late. But there is such a thing called a writ of mandamus, where you can ask a judge to force the government to comply with regulations. Yes, indeed. Now, here is the thing that the Integrity Commission found out. They found out that the Prime Minister, in his 28 bank accounts, they found four he didn't mention. And I'm going to walk through these accounts. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what the investigators found out about each account, what they said to the Prime Minister, and I'm also going to juxtapose that. I'm going to show you what the corruption prosecutor said. Instead of just doing what the investigator said for all accounts and what the prosecutor said for all accounts, I'm going to do it singularly, one by one, so you can see where I want to give people the benefit of the doubt and say that mistakes were made, right, intentionally or otherwise. No, they found 3 accounts. Account number 21. People, I hope you're writing these things down, and I'm going to give you the citation in the report. Account number 21, account number 64, account number 60, and account number 42. I'll repeat: 21, 64, 60, and 42. Now let's start with 21. Now, here we go. Stay with me on this. Stay with me. Your wife is okay, man. All right. Now, when they ask him about 21, right? This is what the Prime Minister says. He says, 21 belongs to my father, Morris Holness. Other than my name being added to the account many, many years ago as a precaution in the event of an emergency, I claim no interest in the account, and it is not part of my assets. Right? That's what he said about 21. Now, let's go to page 39. Okay. The account is there. But what number is it? 21. No, it's not there. Hold on. Account number 21, see page 39. All right. So what happened with 21, he said that they found that 4 deposits were made in that account from 2 accounts belonging to the Prime Minister. So what they found, that between 2019 and 2022, this account that the Prime Minister said, he's on it. He admits that he says, my name is on the account. But he says, I have no interest in it. It's not considered my asset. And so what he said was, what they found out was that 2 of his accounts, an account number 85 and account number 85 and 60, that they put money into his father's account. And remember now, his father's a principal, and he is a joint holder. Now let's see what the prosecutor said. That's account number 21. Okay. This is part of the I guess the transcript from the investigator. So they ask him, how are you associated with account number 21? He said, it's held by my father. My name was added to this account for survivorship reasons. What that means is that in the event that his father predeceased him, then that money wouldn't have to go through probate. It wouldn't have to go through a will. That he would get that money without having to wait. So they asked him, what was the source of funds used to maintain this account? And he said, I am not able to say with certainty and completeness. My father operates a farm selling livestock and produce. And look at the very last. There were all transfers from my personal account to 21. So he admits the things. One, my name is account. And two, I've used that money in money. Right? So that's account number 21. Let's go to account number 60. For account number 64, I'll just, rather than showing you all of this, I'll just, trust me, I'll tell you what it says. Account number 64 was opened in 1984 by the Prime Minister's mother, Harvey. And she listed the Prime Minister and his sister as joint holders of the account. Now, folks, you cannot make this up. Between December 2020 and August 2021, $2.65 million was transferred from this account to an account owned by the Prime Minister. $2.65 million from his mom's account, where he's a joint holder, to his personal account. Then between February and December of 2021, $1.2 million transferred to another account owned by the Prime Minister. Then later,
what are the sources of the funds?
That's why they're looking at illicit enrichment. They're saying, where is all of this money coming from? And they're going to look at all of these accounts. 1.2 million transferred to another account owned by the Prime Minister. 1.8 million transferred from one of the Prime Minister's account to this account. So we have him now putting money in the account. He's taking out. Well, we don't know if he's taking out, but we see money coming out, going into his account, and we see monies coming from his account into this. And then last, between September and May of 2022, 220,000 Jamaican dollars transferred from this account to an account owned by the Prime Minister and one of his sons.
That smells like there's money laundering going on there. There's dry cleaning of money.
And look,
honestly, that sounds like a dry cleaning operation, as they would call it. Those in money laundering. There are dry cleaning operations there. Taking this money into that account, withdrawing or transferring money from that account to that other. There's dry cleaning going on there.
There's dry cleaning going on. All right.
Yeah.
Look at this same account, 64. They ask him, how are you associated with the account? And he said, it's my mother's account, and my name was added for survivorship reasons. At no point did he say my name was taken off. Every single time they ask him about these accounts, he said, yeah, I'm on it. So they ask him, what was the source of funds used to maintain this account? Then he talks about his mother being a retiree and getting a pension. But at the very last sentence, he says, they were also transferred from it should have been transfers from my personal accounts to this account. Now,
why?
Why
would you transfer money from your personal account to that account that had your name added on for survivorship? What would be the wisdom? What would be the logic of doing that? Would it be for stashing money in that account? Would it be for pumping up the return on the investments? Is that account used for investment? Mommy's account, what is it being used for? Why would you put money in mommy's account that has your name on? Is that a way of is that gratuity from son to mom, or is that account being used to buy brooms by mommy so that mommy can sell? And when money is not coming into the account, then you as the son deposit money. I'm interested in the why part of it. I wouldn't be talking to the investigators. I would be asking myself that question. Why is money deposited into this account from that account? Why would you be depositing money into that account? And the next question would be, how much are you depositing into that account? And you would need to explain to me what were your expectations of depositing money into that account?
Right. I don't see where some of the questions you're asking, I don't see where they were ever asked. And again, this is a weakness of the Integrity Commission. This is one of the deficiencies. Like I said, they were unexplored leads. The leads were staring them in the face.
Okay.
Didn't follow up with the leads. Now, later on, they're going to say that we didn't have the remit and we didn't have the resources. Well, I will prove to you that they have the remit. And I'll prove to you that if they didn't have the resources, they had plenty of time to ask for the resources. But that's another point. There's another account number 60. Now, this account was opened in 1975 by the Prime Minister's mother. This is a second account. And again, the Prime Minister was listed as a joint holder along with his sister. Now, between November and December of 2021, an account owned by the Prime Minister transferred $1.9 million to this account. And additionally, $180,000 was transferred from this account to an account the Prime Minister shared with one of his sons. So again, we see money coming in from the Prime Minister's account, and we see money going out to an account shared by the Prime Minister. Now, here is what the prosecutor, here's what she looked at. Page 7. It says about question 60. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, 60 is at the top. Sorry. Are you associated with account 60? Yes, my mother. And she added my name for survivorship reasons. What was the source of funds used to maintain this account? And here it says, oh, the deposits appear to be insurance payments from the Ministry of Labor. Look at the last sentence again. There are also transfers from my personal account. So with all of these things, his name is on all of these accounts. He's transferring money in, money out, right? So that was 60. Then, Andy, you're gonna love account number 42. 42, because account number 42, Andy, belongs to a member of his constituency. Now, the Prime Minister lives among the elites. His constituency is in the ghetto. And there is somebody in this constituency who has an account and the Prime Minister's name is on it as a joint holder. When he was asked, how do you account for this? He said, I can't remember how my name got on this account.
Joint holder.
He's a joint holder. And he said, I don't remember how it got on. He said, 20 years. He said, she's been with us for 20 years. And I remember telling her that she should open an account so that we could pay her electronically. But I don't know how my name got on it. Now, one of the weaknesses one of the deficiencies with the report is that it didn't appear to me as if the investigators did a thorough job, because here's what they said. They said, when we looked at the account and we looked to see if there was any connection to the Prime Minister, we didn't see anything. They should have gone full bore on the account and say, okay, how much money came into this account, from what source, and then when she pulled it out, they should have interviewed her. What did you do with the money? I don't see where any of this was done. Now, here is where, let's turn to the corruption prosecutor now, and I'll show you how I don't know what was in this lady's mind, but she just made it worse. Page 9. Now look at this, folks. Look at this sentence. The sentence over here. She's going through, first of all, she's going through her analysis. You know, the prime minister had a duty to provide information and blah, 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 blah. Then she comes here and she says, right there, the sentence starting with the word having. She said, having established that these accounts are considered assets and should have been disclosed. Yes. That's the end of the story right there. But she didn't stop there. She went on to say, the question is whether or not they should have been disclosed. She just said, you know, it's established that they're assets and they should have been disclosed. And then she said, but I'm wondering whether they should be disclosed. That's in law, you call it a non sequitur, meaning that it doesn't follow. You're saying it's established that these accounts are assets and should be reported. And then in the same breath, you said, but I want to know if they should have been reported. It doesn't follow. Certainly doesn't follow. Then look at what she said here, which is this is just crazy. No, okay, folks, look, I want you to pay close attention to this. Look at this chart. This chart came from the Bank of Nova Scotia. The Integrity Commission asked about these accounts, 21, 64, 60, 42, all the accounts we just went through. The bank reported that 21, the account holders, the Prime Minister and his father. It was open in 89 and it was still active as of May of last year. 64, opened by the Prime Minister, the mother, the Prime Minister's mother, and he and his sister were added to it. Open 84, still active as of 2023. Account 60, open by the mother, sister, and the Prime Minister, added. Open 75, still active as of last year. And the last one was the one with the constituency member that was open in 2005 and it was still active. Nowhere in here, in this report that the bank sent to the Integrity Commission, did they say he's no longer on the account. Nowhere. And this is what the corruption prosecutor had. This is what she had. But look at what she said. She said right here that, okay, hold on. With 6. Page 6, paragraph 1. Okay, we just went through that. And so we know that the Prime Minister is on all of those accounts, right? She said, she talks about the matter being forwarded for an investigation here, and that the investigator sent a request to the bank, and that the bank, okay, here it is, right here. This sentence beginning with, at the top, a statement dated June 9 from an authorized officer at Bank of Nova Scotia disclosed all accounts located by that institution held solely by the Prime Minister and with him as joint account holder for the period 2020 to the date of the statement. And it disclosed 4 accounts. Look at this. This statement disclosed 4 accounts jointly held, not declared by him. The bank is saying we have 4 accounts here that he is joint on the account, and these were not declared. Well, they wouldn't say it wasn't declared, but they would say here are 4 accounts that we find the Prime Minister's name on with somebody else.
Yeah, Will. I spoke about earlier on. I said 1 or 2 or 10 people who would have the passion who didn't know what to do in order to take on the president or the Integrity Commission. And Kevin, your question brings me to believe my own lies to myself, even much more deeper when the question says, why is the opposition not taking on the Integrity Commission to court so that the Integrity Commission can then bring the president to court? I am going to conclude my contributions on a note that says that there are threatening operations here. I mean, even my youngest son will be able to tell that there's a threatening operation. You are a joint holder and you put money into that account and you withdraw money in, you transfer money from that account to something else. Why would you want to do that? Why would I withdraw money or transfer money from my account, put it in account B, and then take money out of account B and deposit it at account C, which is also my bank account? Why the moving around? Is this a result? Are you a speculator? Are you killing some shares? Are you doing trading? Why would you? Are you harming the Jamaican dollar by speculating, or what kind of business are you in that would then advise you to move money around? And why would you need to put money in Mommy's account that was opened in 1989? That could be for one reason. You look for an account that's in good standing, an account opened in 1989. Would these banks now be converted into, we call them money mules? These bank accounts are money mules that would then be used for illicit activities like the transferring around. What are you buying? Why? What's the logic for you to be moving things around? So I am convinced that there's dry cleaning going on. Unless if you are to give me different answers to these questions or specific answers to these questions that would help myself, Kevin, and yourself, and the people of Jamaica and or the watchers of this channel to believe that there is no dry cleaning going on. There's no money laundering. There's no illicit activity. The bank accounts are not mules where scammers would put money and drive it around, take that money, unless if I were to conclude my logic, unless if you want to take that money out of your account into the deep web and dark web and convert that money into your bitcoins that you then draw out in another country or in another space, so that you can have money in other places, having it used the deep web and dark web tool to move money around. Why do you need these money mules and money mule bank accounts? So I'm going to conclude on that and request to be excused because I've been up since 3 a.m.
All right, no problem.
I've enjoyed my day with my wife and the family, and I've enjoyed my time with you here, guys. She's absent from here, Kevin.
Yes.
I am still subject to the laws of the house. By a certain point in time, I'm supposed to be in bed with my lights switched off.
Yes,
Hey,
yes.
we've heard about the House of Lords. We're hearing about the House of Lady.
Andy, do take care of yourself and your lovely new bride, sir, until we meet again.
We'll certainly meet. Next month is International Cybersecurity Month. Let's look at what the legislatures, the officials, those who are leading us. Let's look if they play in the deep web and dark web. Let's also find out what do they do on the deep web and dark web. Let's also see the people that they help to push business up, that they facilitate. Where are they keeping the money? And let's also check if those who are leading us, what do they do with artificial intelligence to confuse investigations and to move money around? They say 85% of the world, of the people of the world, are those that are willing to be led to the slaughterhouse. 10% are those who are controlling the world. And the other 5% are watchers like you, not like in the fallen angels. The watchers who do the analysis and those who would then be able to say what are the 10% that controls the world, the 10% that tells us to go get vaccinated. Where are they moving the money? How are they moving the money? Are they players in the deep web and dark web? Have we established the understanding that them not being players in the space, in that space, online space? Are they employing hackers amongst others to move money around? Where would they be keeping the money? And these questions that we are discussing and that you are asking, would they help them, the 10% that controls the world? Would they help them to change the tactic of hiding money and moving money around, so that yourself and the Andes of the world and the Wilfred Rattigans stop asking these questions, because there would be no trace of where the money is kept and many of these things. I am sure the integrity commissions and the council that I'm sitting on would have to ponder on these questions so that we know how to deal with those who provide leadership. That's my last bit in the conversation. So we'll still meet Kevin, because there's a lot to do, particularly for watchers. We can make this very, very interesting and make this very uncomfortable for those who think that we can't think 200 steps ahead of a criminal mind.
Looking forward to it.
Andy, take care of yourself. Say hello to the wife for me, and you're gonna see me sooner than you think, my brother.
No, thanks. And I want to thank you and the viewers for the opportunity once again to participate and to share my day's experience. And by the way, great speech that you sent as a voice note. The family was very impressed. And thank you very much, guys. Kevin, thank you for wishing me well. I will do as you say. I will allow myself to be abused for the common good of the family. I will endure husband abuse with no qualms.
All right.
All right. Take care, what? All right.
We still have it's Haile Mika'el Cujo. Mr. Cujo, are you there? Hold
on. He had put something in the chat.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
I'm hearing you as well.
Okay, welcome.
Go ahead.
Yes, thanks for having me, and I'm sorry. I apologize to the listeners. My ignorance of using StreamYard allowed me to not connect at the time. But give thanks, we are here now.
Yeah, let me just asking about ISAT. ISAT is there's something going on right now. He's with a client now. He's with a client right now, so he won't be able to make it today. So that's that. He's with a client. There's an emergency going on right now. So yeah, Cujo, how you want me to address you? Haile, Mika'el, Cujo, how you want me to address you?
Yes, that's good. You can say Haile, you can say Haile Mika'el, you can say Cujo, you can say Hail the man, anything. I'm here.
The thing is, folks, we're going to take a little break right now. Oh, Kevin, I send you something another musical interlude. I send it to you if you can put that up for me. But here's the thing, Kojo. I was hoping we could get you on camera so that we could actually, walk through the documents. Maybe we could put up the document or whatever. But that's you're having some challenges there. So what we're gonna do, folks, is this. We're gonna take a break. Remember, we stop at account number 64. We still have two more accounts to go through, and then we're also comparing what was said to the investigator to what the corruption prosecutor is analyzing, and then and at the end we're going to look at her analysis and her decision, and you're going to be very surprised when you see evidence that the Integrity Commission provided and her decision. And again, let me just say, the Integrity I look, I love the Integrity Commission from the standpoint of what it's there to do. What I don't like is aspects of the law and a certain way about how they go about conducting their investigation and the liaison between the investigators, the commission, and the corruption and the prosecutor. I have a problem with that. If I were put in charge of that place, I would change the structure completely around. It would be more like a fusion center or an intelligence center. It wouldn't be like people working in silos and making all of these. It doesn't look good. The Jamaican taxpayers have invested more than $1 billion in that organization, and I don't think that the Integrity Commission is doing all that it could and should do to endear itself to the public, to include the public in what it's doing. I think they're doing some things, but they certainly could do more. And what it requires people with a stiff spine. You cannot be wishy-washy when you do this kind of work, when you start looking at public corruption, because you're going to come under intimidation. And what you have to do is exactly what they taught me to do in my FBI class. That is, lean into the wind. You don't lean back. You lean into the wind. And, so all I'm critiquing it so that they can go out and make themselves better investigators and maybe a better prosecutor in terms of holding people accountable and sending people to prison, because crimes are being committed in Jamaica. Public corruption is rife in Jamaica, and yet we don't see any politicians going to prison. We don't see any politicians going to prison. So I hope that when they listen to this, they don't think that I'm saying, we should abolish the Integrity Commission. I'm saying we strengthen the Integrity Commission, and we need to strengthen it with resources, but people who will stand up to the powerful, people who are unafraid to put the cuffs on people unafraid to just make a decision. And when I looked through this report, I saw where they could have done a lot of things and they didn't. And again, let me be absolutely clear. What I'm saying doesn't benefit the government, because the government, they're not making the points I'm making, and they cannot, because the points I'm making, they go towards, what we're seeing now, where the decision has been passed over to FTC, FID, TAJ, and others. So the arguments I'm making, they're not beneficial to the government, because I can't see them coming and saying, oh, you should have taken the prime minister to court. They're not going to make that argument. Trust me on that. So all of my folks who are saying, hey, you're making the Integrity Commission look bad, please just take a deep breath, calm down, and just listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is not beneficial to the government. They're not going to make the arguments I'm making. And I'm making the arguments to help the Integrity Commission going forward, because now we have two cases that we can compare and contrast. We have one last time, he was Minister of education and the debacle surrounding the Westcon, the contracts to Westcon, and now we have this one. So we should learn from these things, folks. Kevin. Oh,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And there's also the Article 30B, with regards to any 10% of voters being able to do some work. I guess you could talk with us a little bit about that too, Cujo. Well, Cujo, welcome, by the way.
I'm gone again.
I'm gone again?
Yeah. I'm just
Bring him
for
back.
this. No, I'm gone. I'm disappear completely. Not even just after. No, he's coming back.
Okay.
Okay, he's back.
I'm here.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. So I was saying also when you go up, I guess you could talk with us a little bit about this Article 30B regarding percent of voters being able to do some work in Jamaica. So Will, you gonna do that interlude right now?
You put it up? No, I can just run into. I can just have Cujo just do his piece, and then after that we'll do the interlude.
Okay,
Let me
go ahead.
I'm said to. Is a League of Prime Minister put a gag order on the IC. Lorna, the Prime Minister cannot put a gag order on the IC. The IC, by virtue of Section 53(3), has put a gag order on itself. Well, they didn't. I mean, it's legislation. So, but what the Prime Minister did was he told his cabinet. I think that's what you're referring to. Our people refer to it saying that the Prime Minister put a gag order on his cabinet saying that they can't talk about the matter. But the Prime Minister cannot put a gag order on the Integrity Commission. No way, no how. Look at Section 53(3). That's the gag order. Cujo.
Yes. The Integrity Commission needs to be strengthened. However, this exercise is telling us that we need to remove this constitution that allows for the Prime Minister to have these powers, including now talking about changing the law as to the investigation. So that is why this proposed constitution has been presented. Because it's a complete package for the whole overhauling of the running of the country from a legal standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yes.
We encourage people to get the document and to read it. It has been presented 6 months before the Prime Minister established the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. But as somebody said and another one repeated it, they are not going to sign it because it is going to be, as them say, political suicide for them. However, the people, if they decide that this is what we want, then it is going to come into play. My duty is to write it and present it and promote it. And we give thanks for this forum as well, to be able to do so.
All right. Can you tell us the main differences between the Constitution that did you write this by yourself or did you write this in conjunction with a group of people?
The group of people were not sitting around the table at the same time. It is based mainly on the 1955 revised Constitution of Ethiopia. I got information also from attorneys at law, Gordon Robinson and Anthony Gifford. And the Mona School of Law, Public Law Debate, the fifth one, they discussed this at length and I was able to get information. Also, I've been to the Maroons. I've had their information to a certain extent. I've talked with ordinary people on the road and I've got information from them. I've looked at documents. It includes the United Nations Declaration of Rights and Rights of the Child. So these things are involved. The Abuja Declaration from 1993 on reparations, those things are involved in it as well. And it has a clause for amendment. So the difference is that the sovereignty of the country is vested in the citizens of the country who vote directly nationally for their prime minister and deputy prime minister. And in counties, the three counties, for 43 senators shared. Now, those elections are held every 4 years.
Hold,
But they're,
hold on a second, Cujo. Hold on a second. Let me ask you a question, kind of lead you into this. But before I
okay.
do that, say that just to go back, the question about the prime minister silencing or putting a gag order on the IC. No, again, he cannot do that. What has been reported is that the prime minister said that he didn't want anyone in his cabinet to be talking about the matter, and he has a right to do that. I mean, that's his right as leader of the leader of the country and leader of the party and leader of the cabinet. He could say, yeah, I can't think of any law that would prohibit him from saying that. Look, I don't want you folks talking about this matter. But in terms of him telling the IC that you guys need to shut up and don't talk, no, he doesn't have the right. Now, Kojo, what are the main differences between the Constitution drafted by you and the group that you're with and the 1962? What are the main differences?
All right. The constitution that has been proposed by us here, it places the sovereignty of the country in the citizens of the country, as I said earlier. And concerning the elections, they are held on fixed election dates. The third Thursday in February every 4 years. We don't have a ministry of. Hello?
Yeah, we're listening.
Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yeah, we're hearing you. We're hearing you.
Good, good. So it has fixed election dates. There's clause for impeachment. It also states in Article 8 that citizens of Jamaica are guaranteed the right of access to official documents by the government of Republic Jamaica, its agencies, ministries, departments, statutory bodies, municipal corporations, and companies, wheresoever and howsoever constituted. So the Prime Minister couldn't put any order on anybody about anything that is said in Parliament or to Parliament. It is public knowledge and everybody needs to have that access. It also, this document that I'm saying here, it has 10 fixed ministries. And the Ministry of Water, Land, Water, Wood, Housing, and Infrastructure is mandated to eliminate such a thing as squatting. The Ministry of Trade and Industry is to implement the industry rather, of renewable energy. That would open up a whole industry for us to be able to make some money and to save some money and to fulfill some sustainable goals. It's filled with garbage because there's no recycling process. The constitution that we have from 1962 doesn't give us any impetus to want to work because we have to subordinate to a foreign entity who was our enslavers. This document says that it is there to increase our self-esteem, dignity, and integrity. These are words of Marcus Messiah Garvey that have been put into the declaration. So this is our document for us. You understand? This will help to move our psychic to the next level. As it stands right now, people just fed up and decide, okay, politicians and monarchy can continue. Why should the prime minister at this stage of life go to try to become a privy councillor when the privy council is who from the 1600 have been saying to the King of England, go to Africa and capture these people and sell them as slaves in the West Indies. We're trying to get to that. And there's a problem now with the Caribbean Court of Justice. This document entrenches the Caribbean Court of Justice as our final appellate court. It has changed the structure of the court system. So we start at a court. Hello? It starts as a notary's court, which notaries public officiate at. Then it comes to the parish court, then to the Court of Appeal, and then to the Supreme Court. Above that, it is the CCJ. So these are things that are entrenched. The children of this country are guaranteed the rights stated in the Universal Declaration of Rights of the Child. So many things involved in this thing that is not involved in the Constitution of 1962. Furthermore, there is a simple process by which it can be amended. What is happening now is that the process by which the 1962 Constitution allows for amendment is so complex and almost impossible to change that we are now talking about a referendum again. When we had one in 1961, that has not been fulfilled because the people said, let us go independent. Instead, we are still subservient to this entity that caused us all this suffering for how many 100 years. This document takes us out of that situation. And I would like for everybody to check the WhatsApp number 1-876-222-1163 for a copy, or email we the people republic ja@gmail.com, or you can check our YouTube channel, we the people republic ja, to get further information. There are many videos, so you see the amount of work that we have been doing. We have started up a series called Answering the CRC's Town Hall Questions. So we have been looking at we have done the first CRC meeting that was held in Montego Bay in April last year. And we have made a video to answer from this document the questions that the people posed at that meeting. And we intend to do for the other 5. Now, in terms of accountability, I asked Minister Malawi at Emancipation Park in July this year rather, July 25 it was. How much money has been spent by the CRC and the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs? You can check the YouTube video that they put out. She's going around and telling it's not her duty, she don't spend the money and all of that. This document says in Article 37 that the ministers are responsible to the Prime Minister and the country for the execution of their office. So there is no way a minister can say that it is not her or his responsibility to know what is happening with the finances of the country. That's totally wrong. Article 37 here says, each minister shall be individually responsible to the Prime Minister and to the country for the discharge of the duties of his respective ministry, including the execution of the laws and decrees concerning that ministry. And Minister Malawi Fort mentioned that her ministry is governed by law and she has to follow the law. Now, if the law is saying that she can't answer that question, then that law definitely needs to be changed. This document changes that law. Furthermore, there is a Article 1B, which says that all laws, past and present and future, that are not in keeping with this Constitution shall be null and void. So the Electoral Commission, the Integrity Commission, and other laws that exist that are true and good for the running of the country, they shall remain. And what can be done is to strengthen them to make sure that we have a proper republic. Unlike anything else in the world, this is not to be compared to anything. Jamaica is a unique place with unique people. I could say that for everybody else as well. So we don't need to worry about anything else. Our indigenous patois language, we have that as the official language of the country. Except in international relations, then we use the international language, which you know is English. Except otherwise agreed to. So these are things, and as I told the Constitutional Reform Committee, in July last year when they invited me for a meeting. This is not about me, Haile Mika'el Cujo, bigging up my chest and trying to be somebody important in this country. This is about our eternal Father giving me a job and facilitating me doing it. And all I can do is the work. I can't hide under the bed and say too much rain falling or sun hot or some foolishness. I have excuse for not going where I'm supposed to go. No, I see how it works out that this thing happens. I'm sure you saw me in Washington, D.C. I didn't come to America for that, but it came in the way for that to happen. And it was facilitated. And I spoke with the Jamaican diaspora about it. And Article 17 of this document speaks extensively to the rights and duties of the Jamaican diaspora. And I can just give you a little synopsis of it. It gives them voting rights, but on condition that they spend some time in the country. And if they are born Jamaican and they want to run for office, they can also do that, but they must give up their dual citizenship. This is a situation that I realized after listening to former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson discussing at the University of the West Indies, because I was thinking how to get this thing for the Jamaican diaspora settled, and I heard him making a speech about it, and it was able to come this way. Jamaican nationals who were born in Jamaica and who reside overseas in the Jamaican diaspora and possess dual citizenship may stand as a candidate in any election for Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, Senator, or representative of the people, providing one, they first renounce their allegiance to the foreign nation that causes their dual citizenship status. Two, they spend an accumulated total of at least 1 year, 365 days in the country during the 4 years immediately preceding the election in which they intend to stand as a candidate. Three, they offer their candidacy only in the constituency or county in which the address on their electoral registration identification card is located, which must not have been changed within the 4 years immediately preceding the said election. And four, if elected, they shall reside in the country or the said constituency or county for the duration of their term in office or up to 2 years thereafter. That is from Article 17, Article 17D. So these things give us, when we look at it, the Jamaican diaspora spent about 3 billion US dollars last year in remittances to the country. So what you're really saying, they can't have a say in the parliament. They're spending more than the people down here in taxes, some of them. You understand? I don't have all the figures in my head, but this is it. Also, we're talking about accountability. When this document comes into play, a fully forensic audit of the country's affairs need to be had. Why is it that over the past 10 years, we are trying to pay off a $2 billion debt, and we have already spent $3 billion and still can't pay off the debt? What kind of mathematics is that? That's not good maths. I owe you $20 and I pay you $30 and still can't pay off the $20 over 10 years. Something is definitely wrong there. And I'm saying it starts from the head of the stream. The people have no say in this country. People have no say. And this constitution gives them the say. And the people need to hold on to it, discuss it in their group, and move forward to 63 people who can or will sign this document into power. That's it. I tell them it's a bloodless revolution. We don't need to kill anybody. All we need to do is sign it and tell England so long, farewell, goodbye. And then we'll be in a good position now to collect reparations. Because that's another sore point. Yes. To help us move along. Because we have already worked and we have not been paid. My name, Cujo, is the name of my great-great-great-grandfather who was stolen from Africa and sold in Jamaica as a slave. That's a fact. He's my farthest known ancestor on both sides of my family lineage. Trace. So we give thanks for this, and we keep sharing and keep working.
Yes, Cujo. People, family, please hit the like button. Hit the like button. No, 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 no. Hit the like button. Please, 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 please. Cujo,
Yes.
I watched you. I watched you at the town hall meeting that was held in Emancipation Park.
Yes.
And I watched the way you questioned the minister, and I watched the way she deftly avoided answering the question that you posed to her.
Yes.
Now, how much traction? Because apparently you're not getting much traction from them, and that's understandable. But how much traction are you getting in Jamaica regarding this issue?
People keep asking for it. I have personally sent out over 1,000 copies of this document, various revisions. We have revised it 16 times in 3 years, from the 26th of July 2021 to the 26th of July 2024. 16 revisions plus the original. We have sent a copy, we have presented a copy of the original, and I think it was the 14th revision to the the National Gallery of Jamaica, National Library of Jamaica, rather. Over 70 lawyers and law firms already have a copy of this document in this country. Many people are still discussing it. What needs to be done is for further publicity. So I'm preparing to have if you want to call it a town hall meeting, at the library in St. Anne's Bay on October 19. Still haven't got the funding for it, but in the meantime, I'm putting together the package so that when the funding comes on board, we'll be able to present it. It's a $300,000 Jamaican dollar package that have been put together. So we're looking funding. We have asked some people, they have not said they are able to, yes or no, but they're working on it. So we're still working on it. So that is what is needed, to keep telling the people, tell them to keep talking. I keep talking. There's nothing else I have to do. When I go on a bus, something happens, you start a conversation, it always leads back to governance. And I show the people this document. That is the whole thing. Everything that you can think of comes back to this document. I've asked Parliament to allow me to address them on this document. They have not responded up to now.
Hold on a second. Hold on. You said you've asked Parliament for an audience so that you can present this. And when you say Parliament, who did you ask?
I sent a letter to the parliamentarians, 63 MPs, the 21 senators, through the clerk of parliament. First, Ms. Heather Cook, and then Mrs. Heather Cook, and then her successor, Ms. Valerie Curtis. The entire speech, 15 minutes, telling them I'd like to present this to them. So
All
that,
right.
yes. And they have responded saying yes or no. They just left it at that. But the clerk told me that she passed it on. Both of them.
Right. No, you know that in order to get a new constitution in Jamaica, it's going to take an act of parliament. And if the parliamentarians, the question I was going to, the question I was going to ask was about whether or not you had approached the opposition, because I know that the government, they don't find this palatable. Because I've watched, I think two or three town hall meetings, and based on the government, I can tell that they have they don't find what you're doing in terms of providing them with an alternative to just trim the edges, and they're not even trimming the edges evenly either. They don't find it attractive. So I was going to ask you about your engagement with the opposition. But now that you said that you've sent it to all of them in the Senate and all of them in lower and upper houses, and you haven't received a response, how do you see, what is the way forward, since nobody, opposition, government, has responded to your request for a presentation?
The response is, as you rightly say, an act of parliament. So this document calls for the 63 elected representatives to sign it into power. That's the first thing. Now we have 63 there who are not signing it. They have shown no interest. The prime minister last year at his conference, JLP conference, he made a speech. And Mr. Golding, the opposition leader, said that he copied his speech, which he made at his conference in September. However, he did not say that he copied this document, which is what he did. You can just read his speech, listen to it, read this document, and you see that he copied it. And someone else who wrote on Facebook say, oh, he copied it. They have been copying this document that I have put forward. So it's out there. The solution, people, is this. 62% did not vote in the last election. You need to elect somebody in your constituency. I'm talking to the 62 who did not vote. Find an independent in your constituency who can do the work, who is willing to do the work, and vote for them. I've been a candidate here, independent candidate, in 3 local government and 2 general elections since 2012 in Westmoreland Eastern, and I'm campaigning again. Because the people now are realizing, oh, better we give Haile a chance. Whether they do it, yes or no, it's up to them. Because they see the PNP man fail them, they see the JLP man come now and he's failed them. And this is my manifesto, if you want to put it that way. This document, we the people propose Constitution of Republic of Jamaica. This is what I'm telling the people I am willing to sign into effect for us. We need 63 people who can do the work. And these 63 who are there, they are missing a golden opportunity of going down in history as the ones who helped to lift up this country to where it ought to be, with all these brilliant people, resilient people, people with courage and dignity who just want a chance, want somebody with integrity to lead them forward into greatness. That is what this country needs. And they have this opportunity, and if they want to waste it, then they'll go down in history as ones who failed to answer the call. So that's what we are about. So that's
Hold
the
on.
alternative. They're not
Hold on.
signing, we find 63 who will sign. Simple.
Hold on.
Simple.
So
Kevin?
yes, I'm here. So with you running for this seat, Cujo, what party or what are you running as an independent? How you doing this?
I'm an independent candidate. I've been using the star as my symbol since the general local government elections 2012. And it is a known fact. I have
And what
campaign song out there and buttons. Yes.
yes,
So it's a known fact.
what kind of support have you been getting?
Very slow
Very
because
slow.
this is it. The people are saying, oh, if it's not PNP, it must be JLP, and we don't want any of them. So 62% don't vote. So how are they going to get representation when I am there? They know my work. They see my track record in sports, in education, in community development, in journalism, both radio and print media. They know what I'm about. They see how I carry myself. I'm not in any mix up with people. So they must know. But the problem is this. Let me explain it with a situation that a man told me. The day of the last election, he said he counted about 20 young men sitting down discussing whether or not I can win the election. And they came to the conclusion that I can't win. So all of them went home and none of them voted. Can you imagine? If all 20 had voted and then took a selfie with their finger inked up and sent it to their brethren all around the constituency and said, I vote for Haile, what you doing? You know how much that would be? But they decide that Haile can't win, so they don't vote. How am I to win if they don't vote? How are they going to full them belly if they don't eat the food? So I've been campaigning, I'm still campaigning, and I'm telling them that this is what is necessary and this is what can be done. Let's see what they do, my brothers. I can do nothing more than what I am doing. And at the same time, I am not perturbed. I am not downhearted. I'm not distressed about anything. It is not a waste of money or time. It is a good work because my pension that I am working for is to hear, well done, good and faithful servant, enter into my rest. Oh, that is Christian doctrine. Some people don't want to hear that. But Marcus Garvey said, man is by nature a religious being. in that he believes in something. Call it superstition if you will. I'm a member of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church that was sent here on invitation by the Emperor Haile Selassie I and the president of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, established May 23, 1970 by Abba Leki Mariam Defro. Later became Archbishop Abba Isaac, and it continues today. We have an Archbishop Abba Thaddeus in Trinidad, who oversees the Caribbean and Latin American diocese. Whosoever want to do whatsoever they want to do concerning what I just said, that is my conviction. Anybody have their conviction. I'm not stopping you from your conviction. So this is it. So we're getting on with the work. And like I say again, we thank you for this program. And we thank the people who are supporting. And for those who will support, we can only say, get on board quickly. Talk to your MP, ask him why don't answer Haile Mika'el Cujo about this document. What is he doing about signing this document? If he agrees with this document or if she agrees with this document. That's it.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Haile Mika'el Cujo.
Yeah.
The man who's trying to...
We the people propose, we the people Republic JA@gmail.com, 1-876-225-1163 WhatsApp, and we the people Republic JA YouTube channel. We also have a Facebook account where the document is. Furthermore, just remember one more thing. I have compared this document with the 1738 treaty that the English signed with the Maroons, the 1995 Joint Select Committee report that this Constitutional Reform Committee is working off, with the CRC's report of May this year, with UIC's 10-point plan, with the People's Anti-Corruption Movement 10-point plan, with other people's documents that they have presented in terms of proposals that they have made. I have made comparison with this document and them and theirs, and they're all on Facebook group sections in files. So we are doing what needs to be done. And as we say, this is not about me, Haile Mika'el Cujo. I've taught primary schools in Westmoreland as a volunteer itinerant PE and sport teacher. I told the CRC. And every day I go to school, the children are singing, Eternal Father, bless our land. This is our Eternal Father blessing us with this document. And I'm happy to be a part of it. I didn't ask to be here, but I am here, so I'm going to do the work. I've been doing it. Respect. Thanks.
All right, my brother. Be in touch. I'll be in touch because we have some other things to talk about. So I'll be in touch. All right.
Definitely. And we are happy again. To God be the glory.
All right. Always.
Peace and love and blessings, prosperity, everybody.
All right.
Blessings.
Yes, folks. That was Haile Mika'el Cujo. We need to have him on so that, we need to have him on when we can have more time and we can just flesh out some of the issues, because I like his spirit. He has a wealth of information, and I just don't think that he's getting the exposure that he should be getting. He was at our protest in Washington, and I've seen him at least one town hall. I saw him, but I think he needs more exposure because it's worth exploring that document. And we can't criticize it until we've read it, and then you make a comparison. So, Cujo, big up yourself. Thanks for coming. We look forward to having you real soon. All right. No, Kev, it's what, 7 o'clock now, 6:59. And folks, like I was telling you, believe me, I've just scratched the surface. There's a lot more to this report, a lot more analysis, a lot more investigation to be done. And we only have 1 hour left before we leave. So I don't know. And then I'm off next week. I won't be here next week. So don't plan on seeing me next week. I'll be elsewhere. And then the week after, I will return. So what do you suggest, Kevin? Hey, family in the chat want to say this because it's a lot of stuff. Look, we have to finish up with the prosecutor. We have illicit enrichment. We have conflict of interest. We have the $94,000 bond. We have the forensic examiner's findings. We have the Barita loan. We have a lot of things to talk about, and there's no way we can cover it. Like I said to you, we can't cover it in 1 hour. Oh, OT said keep going. All right.
So here's the thing. Well, you have 1 hour. I have
you want to say
that again?
Can you say Canamax, right? Canamax, you on this 8 o'clock thing, you see. Meaning that to run the track, Carlton.
Well, there is one more Black Violin track that Will has to play for you guys. So there is more to come. Shoot. No, what I was gonna say just left me because we went off on a tangent. Yes, Petro E, tell them my broadcast starts at 8. That's why there's a 8 o'clock thing for the Rebel. Not because I'm on the panel, but because so the thing set. So on Reggae Global Radio, that's how our schedule is.
All right. No, go ahead.
Okay, you go, because
I'll just continue. And
yeah, man, let's vote somewhere.
All right. So we stopped at account number. I'm working 2 screens here, people. 64. Okay. No, let me put this back on. This is account number 60 we're talking about. Look at what the prosecutor said. She said right here, the top, the sentence beginning, the statement. The statement note, this is in her analysis. The statement noted that in relation to Nova Scotia account number 60, the relevant signature sheet does not assist in determining when, oh, by the way, when she said statement, she's talking about the statement from another person from Bank of Nova Scotia. Because remember, the first person they talked to said, yes, here the Prime Minister is a signatory on all of these 4 accounts. Then they went back to somebody else. And all of a sudden now this person is saying, the relevant signature sheet does not assist in determining when the Prime Minister was added to the account, as that document is illegible. Now, think about that, folks. The document is illegible, meaning you can't read it. Somebody read it and sent it over to the Integrity Commission, and the Integrity Commission sent it to the over to the corruption prosecutor, because you saw, here it is right here. She put this up. Hold on, where is it? Here it is. Here's a chart they put up right there, saying that the Prime Minister was on the account. They sent this, and then all of a sudden now, somebody else is saying, well, we can't read the document. Well, if you can't read it, then how did somebody read it and put this information
sent?
Yeah. If they can't read it, how come we ended up with this chart? How come? So there's something going on here. There's something going, and when we go through the documents, you'll see that there's something at play here, right? But she's saying that right here, that it's right here. Statement is that in relation to Bank of Nova Scotia account number 60, the relevant signature sheet does not assist in determining when the Prime Minister was added to the account, as that document is illegible, meaning you can't read it. Well, if you can't read it, how come you have a chart of it? And then she said, additionally, no other evidence was provided on file to establish whether independently or from questions posed to the Prime Minister when he became a joint account holder for this account. This is number 60. Well, Madam Prosecutor, since you say you can't figure it out, here we are. 60. Here it is. When it was open, he was on it. And there's no statement anywhere saying that. In fact, he himself, and he never once said, I have the account. He never once said it. So and Madam Prosecutor, you're using this chart. You put this chart up as an exhibit to show the account, the holders, the date the accounts were open, the day the accounts were open, and their status as of May 30th, 2023. So I don't understand how you're saying now that the Prime Minister is saying I'm on the account. Then we have him sending money through the accounts, at least 3 of them that we're aware of. And then you turn around and said there is no evidence that he was on the account. And then she was saying, you know, you can't really, just because he's sending money to an account doesn't mean that he's on it. Yet, use that same Kevin, when she started talking the account with the constituency member, and she said, oh, no money came to the account from the Prime Minister to this account, or went from this account to the Prime Minister. Why is that a consideration there, but it's not a consideration here?
I just want to know at what point she became employed as his counsel to be defending him.
That's a good question. It's a good question. I don't know.
Because here it is, and this is not that for the sake of argument or the sake of discussion we're making this up. This is here written. This is their report. These are her words.
Right.
So who signed a contract where for what some of this money come out of these accounts and get filtered through hers too? How this thing go?
And that's why I'm saying that the working in silos will not benefit the Jamaican public, will not benefit the Integrity Commission, and will not advance the cause of the Integrity Commission in terms of stamping out corruption. Because here's look at the very last sentence. Look at the top where it says consequently. A critical element would not have been proven to proceed with the noted offense for this account, as there is insufficient evidence that during the period 2021 he was a holder of this account. Now, if they were working in a intelligence gathering format, a fusion center and intelligence center, this is something that she would have asked them from the time they start the investigation. She would have said, I need things to prove my case. And so you guys and girls, you have to give me this information. But now they wait until the very end. And now she's saying, you don't have a case. By the way, did the Integrity Commission ever ask the Prime Minister, were you taken off the account? I don't see that question. Ask. I said, ask him. I said, yeah, I'm on the account.
Why would that question be asked if it shows that he's still on the account?
That's it. But that's just wearing suspenders and belt. You know, it's just to say, oh, you're, and the way they do it. And here's the thing: the way I would do it, I would interview his mom, and the way I would interview her, I'd say, okay, ma'am, you opened this account. Yeah, who did you open this account with? And she would say, I opened it with my son. And then I'd say, okay, so I see money so forth with him. Can you explain that? And then she would give an explanation. And then I would say, okay, so you know, what is your plan for this? This until as saying for estate planning purposes for his mom or whatever, you would get her to answer the question innocently. You wouldn't have to ask her, is he still on the account? There are ways you can ask her the question with all the documentation that they had. And so she would answer the question. And so you would know. I don't know if they did this because we don't see that in the report. But like you said, be that as it may, we have a report coming from the bank that the Prime Minister is a signatory on these accounts, that he's a joint holder on these accounts. And then the corruption prosecutor said, well, you know, I see something else here saying that, well, you know, we can't read it. So if you can't read it, how you come up with the chart? Nonsense. 64. Let's go to 64. Account 64. This is her analysis. She said there is no evidence that the account is jointly owned with the Prime Minister or any other individual. No, 64 is the account between the Prime Minister, his mother, and his sister. Right? So she's saying the banking transaction for this account only detail is mother from 2017 to 2023. Only detail is mother as owner. Again, I go back to the chart, 2017 to 2023, right? Look, here it is. It's 64. Here it is. It's Prime Minister's mother and his sister. It was open 84, and as of 2023, it's active. They're on it. This is what, and how do I know they're on it? Because here's what it says right here. Account holders. Look at this. And go down to 64. Who's on the account? Andrew Holness, AH. Honorable Prime Minister. And then that's his mom and his sister. The bank said it. So I don't know how she's coming up with this thing saying that, no, I have no evidence that they're on it. She said the bank is unable to confirm the date when he became a joint holder. Look at this one here. That's what I'm saying. Something funny is going on, Kevin. Look at this. Look at this statement right here. The statement noted that in relation to Nova Scotia account 64, the bank is unable to confirm the date when the Prime Minister became a joint holder for said accounts. Here's a key: as the relevant records are not available. What that mean?
Why are they not available? What would make these records not available?
Fire,
water. The dog eat them.
Yeah, or SSL thing where somebody come in and thief out the thing. Them, no, somebody remove the records. I don't know. Oh, me echo. Somebody said echo. Sorry, Vivian. I forget a news. Kevin, I have to come set me up. Yeah, but folks, what I'm saying is, I can't square what the investigators did with what the prosecutor is analyzing or her analysis. I can't square it because she's putting up a chart saying, here are the records. Then she's saying, I don't have the records. Nobody has the records. The records are unavailable. If the records are unavailable, there should be something in here from the investigators. Yet, guess what? There is nothing from the investigators saying that these records are unavailable. Nothing. And if they're unavailable, there should be an explanation. Fire, water, they're stolen. Something should be there.
So the investigator doesn't say that the records are unavailable, but the prosecutor says the records are unavailable. So it lasts somewhere between the investigator and the prosecutor.
Look, the Prime Minister admitted to being on the thing, on the account. The chart shows that. Then we have a statement from the bank saying that, yes.
I don't remember which account you were talking about.
But,
so that it can be argued away, right? I don't remember which account.
Then you show them which account you're talking about. Here's 42, right? This one, this is the one with the constituency member, right? Now look at this sentence right here. Of note, no transaction was observed between this account and any other account associated with the Prime Minister. This is mind-blowing, people, because in the other accounts where we had transactions going back and forth, she said, because this is the transactions, it doesn't mean anything. Now she's making note of the fact that, oh, no transaction went on between them. And But anyway, she said that he should have reported that, right? Then 21 is the one with his father. She said that he should have reported 21, right? Because she found documents with his name on it, so on and so forth. And she said he had a duty to declare, and it is, look at the last sentence. Consequently, the Prime Minister had a duty to declare the account in his statutory declaration, right? Now, here's something that she didn't look at. When she's saying he didn't, she went on and said he didn't knowingly violate the statute. He didn't knowingly do it. She didn't look at this. And she should have. She didn't look at that. She didn't even ask, hey, this is basic investigation. This is basic. You say, look, what do you mean he didn't know about it? He received training. He received the training about what to include in his statutory declaration. So if he didn't do it, then, and we see him putting money, taking money out, and we see his name on the account, how can you say that there was no intent on his part? There was no intent for him to knowingly provide false information by omission.
In
People
his
confused, but it's simple. It sounds confusing, but it's because here's what they're saying. The Integrity Commission is saying that he failed to provide information by omission, not by commission. They're saying he didn't tell us what he should have told us. Generally, when you hear that failure to or providing false information, that generally means that somebody told the Integrity Commission a lie and they found out. But here they're saying he lied by not, or he failed to give the information because he didn't give the information. But they gave him training. So why didn't she go back and refer to this? Ahead,
however, counsel, in his defense, without signing the document, you cannot prove that he got the training.
No, there are statements, I think, and I'll find them. I think there are statements to the effect that they received the training. So all you want to know is that he received it. Whether he signed it or not, it's and like it says, you're playing devil's advocate, but like Andy says, you can actually go and look to see if there was a sign-in sheet, or better yet, ask him, did you receive this training? Better yet, just ask him. That never came up. That never came up. So I don't know what the Integrity Commission was thinking. But this is something certainly I would have asked about, saying that, okay, let's prove that he knew that he was supposed to file this thing. He knew, not that he should have, but he knew. And we said, okay, we trained him, we gave him the training, and we tell him, yeah, you have to file this stuff. All right. Now, let me show you something. Let me show you this. Page 130. Stay with me, folks. It's going to get interesting. If you think it's interesting now, it's going to get worse. I mean, better in terms of the interest. Now, I want to show you page 130. Look at E. Look at E. See what it says? It says the fact of omissions in respect of his statutory declaration was brought to Mr. Holness's attention, and he was given 3 opportunities to make corrections to the declaration for 2021. This was done prior to the initiation of an investigation and subsequent to the conclusion of an investigation. Look, the records show that the engagement of Mr. Holness by the Commission over the years has been substantial. In fact, Mr. Holness has had the opportunity to update his statutory declaration for the year 2021 on at least 3 occasions. And this was caused because they wanted to publish, there are only 2 people whose statutory declarations are published by the Integrity Commission. And that's the leader of the opposition and the Prime Minister. And they're saying, we wanted to publish and we were telling him, let's do it. And here's what Here's what the Integrity Commission, the Director of Investigation says, based on the foregoing, and he gave the analysis I just gave you, the Director of Investigation finds in all of the circumstances that a reasonable inference may be drawn that false statements were made in Mr. Holness's statutory declarations. And they said, based on that, to the prosecutor. It's right there. So I don't know.
No, break that down in layman's terms.
All right. What this means is that they looked at everything that we just talked about. The fact that the bank said that he was a joint holder of the account. The fact that he was interviewed and he said, yes, I'm on the account. The fact that he used the accounts. The fact that he had 3 instances to report it and he didn't. He can't say, well, you know, I didn't know. Hold on. Look, you know, speaking about bank accounts, let me show you something here. Look at this. Look at this. Page 41. Let me show you something. And I'm sorry Andy's not here because he would have ripped this up. Page 41. I'm going to show you something. Wait, 41. There's a chart here. Hold on a second. JMMB accounts. Okay. Look at this one now. He has 3 accounts. 3 accounts. And they had no money in them. He declared them, but so here's the thing. You declare accounts that you had no money in, but the ones that you have money in, you don't declare them.
3 active accounts with no money in them?
436. At some point later, they were converted into 3 accounts with the numbers given above. Though these accounts were previously declared by Mr. Holness, the evidence shows that the 3 accounts had nil balances over the period under consideration and up to March 13, 2023, when they put money in them. So he declared up with no money, but the ones with money, we don't know about. You know, they have to search and find that. And then, go ahead, Kevin. Go ahead.
How many people have bank accounts with $0? Active bank accounts with $0?
Not very many people. In fact, I think the bank would close it if you have 0 balance in it for any period of time, because then they hit you with a service charge, right? Yes.
Well, if you have nothing in it, then they're going to hit you with overdraft fees too.
Right.
So, you know, because, you know, I'm on the path of opening my 28 accounts with $0. So I'm asking these questions so that I can be on the path to having billions of dollars starting off with nothing.
Well, you have to ask the Prime Minister. Remember, no, he was talking about prosperity. I just wish that he would use that prosperity doctrine with all of the things that we're seeing here and teach Jamaican people how to become wealthy, like him. I was just hoping that he would do that, but I don't think he shared the formula with anybody. I want to show you another account. Where is it? 5820. There were a couple where one of them it had no transaction in 5 years, and another one that had a transaction like every 2 years. Why would you do this? Why? Was it 5840? Oh, 3940.
So the one that had the ones with no transactions in 5 years had balances.
Look at this account. He had an account. He had an account that no transaction in 5 years. then one transaction. Then he had another one where one transaction, then 2 years went by, then another transaction. So no transaction for an extended period. But look at this one right here. The DI notes that Mr. Holness opened this account at NCB 87 on September 17th, and that it reflected a zero balance up to September 27, 2021, when the deposit of 143,000 US was made by SSL. Now, look at that. You open the account and it had zero balance up to 10 days later.
Okay, let's go ask that question. And somebody asked that question in the chat earlier, you know. Who can open a bank account with $0?
Here it is right here. See, people, when you get the report, look at this right here. Section 5.
I said it last week. This man does business with the country of Jamaica as his collateral. That's how he got the $500,000 loan, wasn't it? He didn't present any collateral.
Oh, we are going to touch that. We'll touch that. You know what? Maybe we should have touched that. Let me find it. Barita.
I'm just saying, you know, I could be wrong.
All right.
I pray I'm wrong.
All right. Make a touch. All right. Make us skip that, folks. Let's skip that. All right. And now we're going to turn to a company called Barita, Barita. Right. And we're going to show you what the Prime Minister do with Barita. Yeah, the Prime Minister, you know, is a God-fearing man, supposed to be. And we're going to show you how, and I can say this unequivocally, based on what the Integrity Commission put out, that he lied. And remember what Mama saying, every liar is a thief. He lied. I'm going to show you how he lied. Look here. 5-8. Mama Dale, God bless you for sending your son go to school here. Okay. See it now. All right. Now, here's what happened. Let me explain this to you. And then I'll show you what happened. Look at 5-8-58. Right. Now, what happened is that the Prime Minister owned this. Oh, let me tell you something. Let me just prep you. There are 5 companies in this report associated with the Prime Minister. 5. ADMAT, Imperial, Green Emerald, Positive Media. 5 companies. The one company that he's never been on the board of is the one called Green Emerald. Right? He's never been on that board, but he has a connection. There's a connection between him, the Prime Minister, and Green Emerald. And I'm going to show you where Green Emerald is. Now, here's the interesting thing about 4 of those 5 companies. Take away ADMAT. ADMAT was established in 2008, I believe. You see the other 4 companies? The other 4 companies, they were established when? During COVID. One was established in June, 1 July, 1 October, 1 November of 2020. The first COVID case in Jamaica was in March. They opened this up. The first company that opened was 3 months after COVID hit Jamaica. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. But here's what happened. He took out this $50 million company called Barita. I'm not even sure if Barita is a lending institution or an investment institution. I have to go back and look at that. But he took out the loan. Now, you know, let me talk to them, people. You know, when you go to a bank and you want to get a loan, you have to put up something called collateral. In this case, they call it hypothecation. It's a fancy word for just a collateral. See the word right there? So in a 5.8.59, the $50 million loan facility was secured by hypothecation. That's his collateral, right? Now, here's what he did to get the $50 million loan. He said, when they asked him, when the director of investigation, when they asked him, okay, how did you get this loan? He said, I put up collateral. hypothecation. They said, okay, what did you put up? The prime minister said, I put up shares that were held by a company called Derrimon Trading. That's what he said. They said, what else? He said, property. He gave them, they have the folio number, meaning the legal description, legal the location of the property. And they said, and what else? And he said, and according to their records, an insurance policy. Three things to get this loan. Now, here is what the evidence showed. The evidence showed that the prime minister did not own the shares when he got the loan. He took money, he took some of the 50 million that he got as a loan, and he went and he bought the shares later and then pledged those back to the bank. Now, when you ever hear that you tell the bank that I have shares, but then the bank give you the money and then you go buy the shares later on, and then you turn it over to them. Then the property that he's claiming that he gave, that he's pledging to the company for this loan, they found out that he didn't own the property until 6 months after he got the loan. The property was owned by ADMAT, and then ADMAT turned it over to Imperium, and then Imperium was the company that got the loan. So at the time when the loan was issued, Imperium did not own the property. It was owned by another company. And then the fire insurance that they own, they found out that and the bank lied, or the financial institution, Barita lied, because here's what happened. They found out that there was no policy. So then Barita claimed, oh, you know what, we found out that the land was undeveloped. Well, if it's undeveloped, why would you have a fire policy on undeveloped land? Unless a forest. Why would you have that?
Yeah, there can be bushfires.
That's what I'm saying. If it's a forest, but it's one Shenstone Drive is a location with a building. So the bank now is saying that, oh, we didn't have the fire policy because it turned out that the land was undeveloped. And then we found out that the folio number that they gave, somebody put down the wrong number. So then the Integrity Commission said, but wait a minute, what you really intended, Barita and Mr. President, what you guys really intended to do was to execute a secure loan, meaning that you put up something to get the money. But what actually happened was that it was an unsecured loan. So them asked Barita, what if sometime the Prime Minister never pay you back? Because you don't have any interest in anything that he has. Them say, oh, we would then register it. And then the Integrity Commission said, but you cannot register it because you have the wrong folio number on it. You have the wrong location. So that wouldn't work. And the only way it would work, guess what, is if the Prime Minister agreed with you for the late filing. But if he said, no, I'm not agreeing with you, then your money gone. So this is all coming from out of the mouth of Rattigan, right? So now Rattigan is going to show you in the document now where you find all of these things. So people, remember, when you get the document, you start out with 58.58, right? Then you go to 58.59. And you see where it says right there, where it's highlighted, bolded, it says a legal mortgage issued by Imperium in favor of the lender over property registered at volume 1546, folio 553. That is not the correct location. That is not one Shenstone Drive owned by the Prime Minister. So if Barita tried to register this, they would be registering this against somebody else's property, not the property that should have been registered against. Then you go to 5860. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at the top line, the sentence beginning with note. It says the DI, the Director of Investigation, has seen no evidence among the loan application form and supporting documents of the fire and peril insurance policies, which were stated to have been assigned in the instant record as collateral. Look at this. The DI requested from Barita the particulars germane to the insurance policy. This was, however, not provided. Them couldn't come up with the insurance policy that them claim The prime minister offered as collateral. Now, then you go from there to 61. Look at this. Look at what they say. The evidence before the director of investigation contradicts the account of Barita's duly authorized officer in that the pledged property at volume 1546 and folio and 533 owned by Imperium was in fact not undeveloped but contained the residential property located at Shenstone Drive. So what go on here, sir? What go on here, sir?
Flip is an accident, you know. They had the two numbers written down the same place, and they come the wrong one.
Look at 62. It says the DI examination of the evidence shows that at the time the loan was issued on March 1821, Mr. Holness did not own the shares. In fact, the proceeds of the loan were used to purchase these shares on March 31st. So he got the loan on March 18, and then he purchased the shares on March 31st. The problem is that when he got the loan, in his application, he said, yes, I'm giving you shares as collateral, but he didn't have the shares.
He didn't say when he was going to give the shares.
Well, as Lonesome, my word, not my word. See it right, that's all.
Yeah, but he didn't say when he's going to give the shares. Give me the money. I have some shares.
When you apply for the loan, Kevin, I don't know which bank will give it and say
when
he collateral and then come back. Take the money and go buy the collateral. You have to put up the collateral first.
No. When I, Kevin Stew, go to the bank to get a loan, I have to put up the collateral. I are not the Prime Minister of Jamaica. As the Prime Minister of Jamaica, you have your word.
But here's the thing. In the banking industry, there are regulations, and your word is not your bond. Because the FTC, right? They have regulations governing the financial industry. And the Prime Minister is not exempt from those regulations. He's not. They have to show me where it says the Prime Minister is exempt from these regulations. And one of them is that when you show up to get a loan and you say you have the collateral, you must provide the collateral before you get the loan. Not take the loan and go buy the collateral.
Listen, the people them get the collateral. That's the bottom line.
And then look at this. And then Barita now start cover up for the Prime Minister because hear them say it is not unusual for a client to obtain a loan and then purchase the asset. That make any sense?
No, no, they're right. It is not unusual for a client to obtain a loan and then purchase an asset. It's just that it becomes unusual when that is the asset that is used as collateral for the loan.
That is the last part of the sentence we never read. It says, it is not unusual for a client to obtain a loan from that entity to purchase an asset, which is then used as collateral for said loan. You can't do it, people.
It's not unusual? That seems very unusual to me.
So, because here it is. Look right there. Look at the sentence beginning. The top line off note, evidence before the director of investigation indicates that of the loan amount, 24.9 million was used to purchase 10.4 million shares, and the balance of 24.7 million was subsequently transferred on November 10th to the Prime Minister's NCB account. It's clear. It's clear. 5865. Here's where the DI said that look, right there, top line, sentence beginning from the DI's inspection of the reference document, several errors were observed which would reasonably render the interest to be secured unregistrable. The foregoing therefore resulted in what appears to be an unintended consequence of Barita issuing an unsecured loan to Imperium where a secured loan was intended. All kind of skumuchi and all kind of mix up and blend that thing are going right or so. See to your people, you can't make this up. Right? This is, let me go to 67. We have everything. Look at this. Based on the numerous inconsistencies identified above, the DI found it necessary to examine the explanation Mr. Holness provided in relation to the source of the funding with which the loan is associated. And here is what our learned Prime Minister said. They ask him where the money come from, right? They ask him where the money come from. Look at what our Prime Minister said. He said the money came from stocks in Derrimon Trading, which he didn't have. They ask him right here, what was the source of funds used to maintain this account at Barita? And he says stocks. He never had these stocks. And he said real estate at, here it is, real estate at 1 Shenstone Drive. Imperium didn't own this property at the time. And then him come back and say, he had the stock as well. That basically, I guess him turn it back. He had Barita stock, so him used that as well. And what they found out was that look, I'm going to show you how the mix up and thing go on. They said, having listened to the Prime Minister, having reviewed his explanation, written or otherwise, they said, let's go talk to Barita some more and find out. Then they found out that he had 50,000 shares on December 2021. This is Barita shares, the people who lend him the money. And on March 16, he sold 192. So the question then is, if you have 50 from December 2020, and you sold 192, where the rest come from? The 141.6. Yeah, 141,000. And I won't even read this to you. What this basically says is that Barita was just saying, oh, on the stock exchange. Then they went and talked to the stock exchange people and they said, oh, you know, we don't do this. We don't do certain things. So Barita is trying to escape answering the question for this 141,000 units. And the stock exchange, look at 70. The stock exchange, they themselves couldn't really explain. They said a statement from the Jamaica Stock Exchange confirmed that yes, 141,000 was issued to Mr. Holness. But they said the unit price or total value was not stated, as they only record the number of shares. So Barita is saying, we don't know how much it costs or whatever. Even though it's our shares, we don't know because he bought it on the open market. And then when they got to the stock exchange, they said, well, we don't know how much it costs. We only record it. You know why, folks? Because this is one of the reasons why the Integrity Commission was saying that there appears to be illicit enrichment, but we can't get to the bottom of it. Because the question they're trying to get at is, where did this money come from to buy this 141,000 shares? And they're not getting the answer. Barita, who owns it, it's Barita shares, you know. Barita shares owned by the Prime Minister. Barita is saying, no, we don't know about the 141. Go talk to the stock exchange. And when they went to the stock exchange said, oh, we don't do pricing. We just do numbers. We just know it's 141,000. You know, Damien, what I say? What could go so? I saw it go.
So they don't do pricing, they do numbers.
They do numbers, yeah.
So they do numbers based on what?
That's another shortcoming of the investigation. These are things that should have been asked. And we don't know if they were asked, at least not in the report. But it is right here. It says, very last sentence, it was indicated that the unit price or total value was not stated, as the Jamaica Central Securities Depository only records the number of shares allotted. We don't do pricing. So how much? So somebody have to tell you how much you pay for the shares. That's the question the director want to find out. And nobody's answering. Nobody's answering. What number was that? 70? Let me look at 71. I think there's something. Okay. They found out now later on that the purchase was funded from two banks, right? Let me see something. All right, folks, don't leave me. We're not gonna love that one now. We're not love that one. So now, here's what happened now. Barita, the people who issued the shares, it's their shares. They said, we didn't sell them to him. He bought them on the open market. So we don't know how much he paid for them. Go ask the stock exchange. They would know. So they went to the stock exchange. Stock exchange people said, well, we don't record price. We just record the number of shares. So they dug. And again, where the Integrity Commission deserves kudos, you have to give it to them. And I'm going to give it to them here. This, and when they found out that the money for the shares came from two accounts, right? One account at the JN Bank and one at Scotia Bank. So then they said, and kudos to the investigator who continued this work. He said, okay, you know what? Let me go to the banks and do a little investigation. So he went to the bank, and here's what he found with the JN Bank account. He found out that between May and July of 2020, 20 deposits, right? 20 deposits classified as cardless cash deposits. It's right there, top line. 20 deposits classified as cardless cash deposits totaling 4.5 million were made to the Prime Minister's account. Now, you know what cardless cash deposits, you know what that means? It's right here.
Someone walk in and present the cash.
They
20
do it
times.
not even in the bank. It's at the machine. Here it is right here.
No, but if it's cardless, how it do at the machine?
Well, here's it right here. It says, oh, and by the way, they took money out of it too. The total 4.5, and it shows that a withdrawal was made of 6 million. From look at the next sentence. The DI is in possession of further evidence from JN Bank, which explains that cardless cash deposits are made through automated teller machines. So they didn't go to a teller, machine, ATM machine, and deposit total of 4.5 million. Just let that sink in for a second. Somebody is depositing 4.5 million through an ATM machine to the Prime Minister. And he used some of that money to buy the shares, Barita shares, which he then used as collateral. So he says. No,
but he had already gotten the loan.
Well, yeah, but him saying put it up. Him change him story. First, there was no Barita. It was the stocks held by Derriman Trading. And then later on, then all of a sudden Barita came into the picture. Stories are changed. Then look at this. It says, the evidence further shows that if the deposits are made by an agent of the member, the depositor's identity is unknown, as was the case with the deposits made to Mr. Holness's account. You cannot make this up, my people. But it gets even more intriguing. And here is why. But we're there. No, don't leave me, man. Stay with me.
Oh, but I'm going to have to leave you. 10-2.
All right. Look, they ask him about the cardless deposits. And look who him say put the money, the 4.5 million in my account. Somebody named Norman Brown. Who is Norman Brown? Norman Brown is the Prime Minister's partner in a company called Estate Bridge. And him claim that the money come from rental property at Mona and that developing a property driver, whatever the name of the street, and that's where the money come from. No, listen. We don't need to understand who Norman Brown is. Right? Norman Brown, let me find film like a file there. Norman Brown is is the Prime Minister's partner in Estate Bridge, in addition to which 5.73, hold on. In addition to which, the Prime Minister put him, I think it was in 2020, on to chair 2 boards. I'm trying to find the name of the boards now.
One of them need to be a 2 before you can slap him with it.
Oh, when them even ask, look at this, right? So them asked about the source of funding for the bond. Them said that it was undetermined. I think that was a different this was a different investigation. But I have something here from Mr. Brown. Let me see if I can find it here. Norman Brown is an interesting fellow. Wait, hold on a second. I have it right.
Well, while you find that, Rebel, I have to run off, do some final prep, and ready up. People, catch you in a few minutes. Reggae Global Radio. If you're locked in on YouTube, just go over Reggae Global Radio. This is you catch the end of this broadcast and catch the beginning of mine. All right. Later, Rebel.
All right, my brother. Take care. All right. Norman Brown is he works in the Prime Minister's ministry. The Prime Minister have a ministry called what is it? Economic Growth and Job Creation. Right. He's the Prime Minister is the minister of that. And he put this Mr. Norman Brown in charge of 2 agencies over there. I'm going to find them. Hold on. Stay with me then. I think I know where it is. All right. Oh, okay. Here it is. It's 5.8102. 5.8102. Hold on. Keep that name in mind, 5.8102. I mean, sorry, Norman Brown. So wrapped up in this. This has become my life. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. No, this gentleman, Mr. Norman Brown, the one who sent the money, the cardless money, who went to the machine and sent 4.5 million to over a period of time to the Prime Minister's account. Who is Norman Brown? It's right here. Mr. Brown is a board chairman of both the Housing Agency of Jamaica and the Urban Development Corporation. He's also director at National Solid Waste Management Authority, at the Montego Bay Freeport, and at Western Parks and Markets, among other entities. So this guy is involved in a whole heap of things. Now, here it is. Next paragraph. The DI highlights that both HAJ and UDC are agencies within the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, a ministry which falls under the portfolio responsibility of Mr. Holness. You can't make this up, people. You cannot make this up. Then they talk about conflict of interest there. Look at this. Estate Bridge. Estate Bridge is a company that's involved in the construction and development of homes. Right? The Prime Minister is a principal in Estate Bridge. Norman Brown is also a shareholder in the company. Remember now, the company is developing homes. Right? And the Prime Minister then appoints, or somehow Mr. Norman Brown get himself on these 2 agencies that are responsible for developing homes for the government. The government, they get the government. The government, they're responsible for building homes. And the Prime Minister is in his partnership with this man. How does that work? It says right here, the Director of Investigation notes that Estate Bridge, a private company in which Mr. Holness, by virtue of his interest in Imperium, because Imperium made some money into Estate Bridge, and Mr. Norman Brown, who's a director and shareholder, are both personally invested. And HAJ and UDC are all companies involved in, among other things, the business of real estate development. Further, the ministerial responsibility for both the HAJ and UDC falls to Mr. Holness as Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation. So the Prime Minister and Mr. Norman Brown, they're in business, and at the same time, Mr. Norman Brown is in charge of building homes for the government. That the two companies, HAJ and UDC. And it goes on to say, Mr. Brown and Mr. Holness are therefore connected in a private business capacity and a professional capacity by virtue of their public functions. The similarity in the functions of HAJ and UDC and the relationship between Mr. Holness and Mr. Brown pose significant conflict of interest concerns. Now, what they did say, here it is. It says, notwithstanding this possibility of conflict of interest, no direct evidence was presented to suggest that there has been any impropriety occasioned by the referenced potential conflict of interest. No direct evidence was presented. What do they mean by that? That they're waiting for the Prime Minister and Mr. Brown to give them something, to present it to them? If I were the supervisor on this, I would say, what do you mean presented? Were you expecting them to give it to you? Or were you supposed to go out and dig for that? Because think about it, people. The Prime Minister as a business partner. The business partner is in charge of housing, the HAJ and UDC. And those agencies fall under the portfolio of the Prime Minister. What is the likelihood that something could have happened? Maybe nothing happened, but what is the likelihood of it happening? Hi. Now, here is something that the Integrity Commission didn't do. If I were the Integrity Commission, you know what I would have done? I would have said, no, HAJ, UDC, build homes, okay, develop property. The Prime Minister's wife is a developer. The Prime Minister's wife is a developer. I would have said, no, let's look at her connection to the Prime Minister or to Mr. Brown. That's where the investigation would have taken me. We shouldn't forget that she's building an 800 million project up at Lease Flats. You know, I don't see anything here to give me the confidence that the investigators dug as deeply as they could have. So I'm patiently waiting for the Prime Minister's, if she's one of the illicit or if she's on the investigation, for them to come out with her report to see if there's any connection. Because here's another thing, folks. With the 28 bank accounts that we see, not a single one is connected to the Prime Minister's wife. Not one. Think about that. You married to this lady for so long and you don't even have one joint account. You have account with your son. You have account with stranger in your constituency, but you don't have one with your wife. Common sense. This is common sense, people. This is common sense. So we want to see her report to see if there's any connection between her, between she and the and Mr. Brown, and if there's any other connection between the Prime Minister and Mr. Brown and his wife. Any other connection elsewhere? Yeah, me know, Andrea, me know about the other, me know about some other properties. Me know, man. Me know. But just think about it. The wife don't have no joint account with her husband. Not one. You notice something though? The Prime Minister is on other account for estate planning purposes, or purposes that if him dead, if the person dies, then you don't have to probate the will. Them can just get the money. And his wife have so much money and she didn't put him on one account. Not one. So if she predeceases him, then we got to talk about probate. Think about it, people. Think about it. Well, boy, at 8 o'clock now, you know, and boy, me have so much to go now. Believe me, me have so much, but we have to go support Kevin. We go over burrito. We not go over the illicit enrichment yet. We not talk about the companies them yet. Oh, conflict of interest. We just start the conflict of interest. Then there's a politician called Mr. Williams, who's a secretary on 2 of the prime minister's companies. This parliamentarian won election somewhere downtown Central Kingston, somewhere down there, Raytown area, somewhere over there. So he was a councillor. He was a councillor for Raytown under the KSAMC. And in 2020, he won the election. And in the same 2020, the prime minister formed the corporation. And in the same 2020, the prime minister put him on as secretary in 2 of the corporations. What is the relationship there? All of these things should be exposed. But it wasn't. So we have Mr. Williams we have to look at. We have Mr. Norman Brown, we're not finished with him. We have there's a $94,000 bond. We not touch that. We not touch the forensic examiner's findings. There's so much more to talk about, people. So much, and we don't even touch what should be done with the prime minister in Jamaica and outside of Jamaica. What action should be taken? We not touch none of them things there. And 8 o'clock come and we have to go support. We have to go support the big man. So yeah, that's his name, Donovan Williams. Yeah, Donovan Williams. He was former councillor for Raytown Division on the KCMC. He won the election in 2020, and in the same year he won the election, he ended up being secretary on 2 corporations that the prime minister formed the same year, 2020. So anyway, folks, we have to go support. We have to go support the big man. So here's what happened. This is not going anywhere, right? This is not going anywhere. The report is there. I hope I was useful in terms of getting you to understand what's contained in the report and getting you to think about possible questions that you could have asked based on the answers provided by the Prime Minister. I hope that you took notes and that you will, if you don't want to read the entire report, at least go to the sections I referred you to and just read them for yourselves. Anybody who should come and tell you that the Prime Minister didn't lie when he said nobody in his administration was under investigation, you have the sections that you can go to. You have the videotape where he said it. If you want to talk about the 4 accounts, you have the sections for the 4 accounts. The account with his father, the one with his constituency member, and the 2 with his mother. If you want to talk about Barita, there's a lot more about Barita we didn't even touch, about the $50 million loan, where the Prime Minister said that he provided collateral, and the evidence showed that he did not have the collateral at the time he received the loan. If that is not a lie, then I don't know what is. So, I hate to go, but what I'm going to suggest is all of you, please run over and support Kevin Stew. Support him, because we have a big clash next week, Sunday. So I'm asking you to go out and support the thing. Support him tonight. Support us next week, Sunday night. And everybody has to them, I look forward to the Wednesday show. I'm not going to talk to Prezi about that, because Prezi was supposed to set it up. You know, Prezi was supposed to set it up so that I can come on a Sunday and do the thing. But Prezi kind of busy. Plus, he was under the weather for an extended period. So, yeah, Kevin, which bank can do a favor like that for you? They certainly won't do it for you. I'm telling you. Jackie, after my husband's name isn't on my account, I feel money is my money. Yeah, but you know what, Jackie? Think about it. You married for so long. You must have at least one little account. Look how much account you have, 28, you know. And him depend on stranger's account. And him wife, not on any of his accounts. So what them need to do now, them need to go now and see if he's on his wife's account in some of those banks. Oh, Freedom, the link. I don't have the link. Folks, here's how you get the report. Very simple. You just go to Integrity Commission, just Google it, go to the website, and you just click on reports, and you will see it. You can navigate your way through it. It's there. Trust me. It's there. And everything is there. The special report, the prosecutor's report, and the investigator's report, and a couple letters. Everything is there. Everything is there. So, what a tangled web we weave. Folks, join me tonight at midnight, and we can dance our troubles away, or dance our concerns away, if just for one night. Tomorrow is another day. So, walk good. We'll talk later. Bye for now.